Well, the sun might be going down, but the temperature, well, it's anything but going down at the moment. It's going to fever pitch at the moment as these giants, Horquetta Rangers, the champions in waiting, get set to come up against Cunupia FC here in the Ascension Tournament. Match week 18. Oh, can you believe 18 weeks? And, well, they've been unbeaten for all of those weeks, but they'll be coming up against a team that they haven't quite beaten. In fact, they got a draw in their last fixture. Cunupia FC in 7th position. They've got some bragging rights at stake when they come up against T&T Rangers. It is quite clear, nice clouds and a sunny environment. Well, it's a stark contrast to what we witnessed over the past few weeks. Lots of rain happening here in Trinidad and Tobago for the past few weeks. But it's perfect conditions. Everybody's ready because the champions will be crowned. They'll be aiming to get 18 matches unbeaten, unprecedented in the Ascension Tournament, and we at Sportsmax are here to bring you all of the action. It's a big day though at the Horquetta Recreation Ground because in our second match this evening, Defence Force, they will be coming up against Police FC. Lots at stake for both teams, just a point separating them. In fact, Police just 1 point behind the Defence Force. 37 points to Defence Force, 38 points. It's a PS Classico. It's always a heated contest, and these teams will be looking to get the better of each other and potentially claim a stake in the Caribbean Ascension Tournament. My name is James Saunders, and I'm here to bring you all of the action here in the Ascension Tournament. Let's take a look at the league table, but before we do that, we check out where all the teams are situated at the moment. And right at the top of the cake is the cherry. T&T Horquetta Rangers, yeah, they sit steady. Look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? 45 points. Haven't yet been beaten, just 3 draws. Well, the rest have been wins, I guess you guessed that already. Second place still up for grabs, as I mentioned just a while ago. Deportivo PF, they're going to be in action later this weekend rather. And Maruga at the bottom there with 4 points. So that's what it looks like at the moment. And the top 3 teams are going to be in action today. Well, we had an opportunity to speak to some of the coaches, and this is what they had to say. We start with Cunupia's coach, Michael Defoe. I'm here with Cunupia coach Michael Defoe. Final match day, what's it feeling like?
It'll be over soon. That's it, it'll be over soon. I really appreciated the tournament. For us, it would be a pre-season, and we got to firsthand see what's happening with our team in different scenarios, and it augurs well for us going forward for the next season.
Well, in terms of table position, not much on offer for you today, but you have a chance, of course, to get one over the unbeaten league leaders and waiting to be crowned Ascension champions. That must be a goal for you today.
Well, it was always a goal to beat everybody, but it didn't work out that way. But I think we're the only team that has not lost points at some point in time, whether first or second rounds, to the top 2. Well, arguably until after this afternoon's game between Army Police. So we're the only team to draw with Terminex and with the Army, and it shows that on our best day, we are forced to reckon with. Of course, we have to know how to maintain being at our best.
And how would you sum up this Ascension season?
It was awesome from the fact that we were able to showcase our talents and the talents of others were showcased. I mean, I was impressed that it was able to come off that successful in terms of the games and everything. It was well run, and now it's just for us to just go and do whatever we do. Hopefully what we do today is to win and not lose, and until the next Ascension or until we're invited in some Caribbean Cup or whatever it may be, as a team to look at.
Well, Coach, we'll be cheering you on from the sidelines, and congratulations on your performance in this year's Ascension. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Well, he's a long way from that, in 7th position at the moment. An opportunity to perhaps get to 6th position if they can do what the other teams in this competition have failed to do, and that is to beat the league leaders. Well, speaking of the league leaders, how about some introductions as we get set to introduce you to the teams? Nice sunny conditions. When last have we seen that on a Friday evening? It's been rain for much of the past few weeks, but it's a different story today. Bright and sunny, big sunny smiles as well as the officials lead the teams. T&T Horquetta Rangers in red, champions in waiting. They've been crowned just about 2 weeks back. The challenge this evening, of course, to remain unbeaten in a competition that many would agree that they certainly dominated. For Cunupia FC, pride certainly at stake. Well, they do have the bragging rights of not being beaten by the top two teams at the moment, and they'll be hoping for much of the same and to end the competition on a high note. They do miss their leading goal scorer, Kevon Showtime Woodley. I'll tell you what, he hasn't played for the last couple of match weeks, but he's still up there with the big boys. 5th in the goal scoring position. Speaking of goal scoring though, well, some more goals perhaps for the players of Terminix Rangers. They're led by their skipper Jamal Crichton. Atula Guerra, he is 2nd on the goal scoring chart. 3 goals behind Brent Sam, who is the overall leader, while Kadeem Corbin will be hoping to work miracles perhaps. He's 4 goals behind Brent Sam and he's in 3rd place on 11 goals. It's a big ask, but we've seen miracles happen, and the Ascension Football Tournament is certainly a place to make it happen. Introduction to the folks in charge. Timothy Derry, the young official, will be in charge of this fixture. He will be assisted by Moore, Sash Ramroop, and Williams, and they will have the task of controlling what is expected to be a keenly contested fixture. Big smiles though on the face of Kadeem Graham, the captain of Cunupia FC. No pressure. Well, to the next Horquetta Rangers. They spoke about not having pressure coming into this match, and we spoke to their manager, Richard Ferguson.
We're here with Rangers President Richard Ferguson. You're a man just with the occasion right now. What is it feeling like right now coming into the final match day, unbeaten and already being crowned champions?
Well, it's a great feeling. But as I said, the real winners here, James, is really Trinidad and Tobago football. You know, we like to take a wider look at football in Trinidad, and it's not just about Rangers, but it's about football for the country and for the people. As you would know, football is the most popular sport in Trinidad. It has been going through some very difficult times, and I think the Ascension Tournament has brought hope back to football in Trinidad. I think it was very successful. I think Sportsmax, James Saunders, Brent Sancho, all the other commentators, Jassy Marik, all these other guys were fantastic. And it brought the football to the living rooms of the people in Trinidad. And they've never seen football like that before. And I think the other very interesting point is that Rangers could go 18 games unbeaten. And I am not sure, and you can probably guide me, I don't know if that has ever been done in Trinidad before. Right? I don't think it has, and that too is something very important to look at.
Well, they've certainly been with us to enjoy all of that football that he was talking about, and boy, have we enjoyed it every single weekend for the past 18 weekends. Let's take a look at the lineup. So the teams will run out, and well, much of the same for Cunupia FC. In goal though, there's a change with Stefan Berkeley coming in place of John Pierre David, and of course they have brought back Ian Corey into the lineup after he missed out last evening, and LaShawn Green also gets a start in the lineup. Michael Defoe is the coach of Cunupia FC. For Terminix Horquetta Rangers, well, no taking the foot off the gas. They're going full strength. Jamal Crichton, Real Gil, Atula Guerra, Kadeem Corbin, Daniel David and crew. And just one change really, Adika Ash getting a start on this Friday evening. Well, you know that song really well. It's the start of all of the action. And action indeed here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. It's a Friday evening. Stop what you're doing and make your way down to the ground. We've got great football action here on Sportsmax. It's a good time as well to say hello to everybody locked in on CEEN TV across the Caribbean diaspora in North America, and of course on our YouTube platforms. Always a pleasure having you with us. James Saunders is my name. Brent Sancho is alongside me as well, and we will be bringing all of the Friday evening action for you. Now here's Caleb Sturge trying to mount the first attack for Rangers. Goes all the way through to the goalkeeper. Oh, can you hear the heartbeat of the rhythm section already in play? Never a dull moment here in Horquetta. Ike Andrews
in search of Kadeem Corbin. A chance for goal number 12 for him, and wow, he came close. Can't say he didn't get the opportunity. Just couldn't find the precision. But it's not something I've said quite often when it comes to that man, Kadeem Corbin. 11 goals in the competition. Expecting to hit the target from that range. Yeah, he's a disappointed man indeed. Had all the time in the world to pick his spot. Well, I guess not. Ian Cowie back in the lineup for Cunupia. He's been a mainstay in defense for them. One of the few players to play almost every position in defense for Cunupia FC. Yes, Corbin. Redemption certainly might be on his mind. And if he can get Tyrone Charles going, here's Guerra. Couldn't control it. Ike Manjus helps out. Well, it turns into traffic. And he lost possession. And Cunupia could be away here. St-Hilaire has to get jiggy early. And that's exactly what he did on the second attempt. Alert goalkeeping from the shot stopper for Terminex Rangers. That's exactly why he was called up to the national senior team for the past National League encounter. Well, a bumpy surface. Gives possession back to Corbin. Tries his luck. Oh, well, they say you have to buy a ticket if you want to win the lottery. And that's exactly what Kadeem Corbin did. Purchased his ticket. And what he cashed in with a goal. And what a beautiful goal that is. Rangers lead by 1-0. It's only minute number 3. But he's going to have a hard look at himself in the mirror, Stephen Berkeley. Must have felt he could have done better. He's pointing at the sun at the moment. Hasn't been much sunshine here. But that is a bright finish, as bright as they come. And that's exactly why he's one of the competition's top marksmen, Kadeem Corbin. It's a thing of beauty. And they're well on their way to ending their campaign unbeaten if they can hold this result. I don't think anybody would have scripted that early. Did miss a sitter just a few minutes earlier. Well, talk about that for redemption. He's a Saint at the moment. He's found redemption. All those jumps are going to be beating with more veracity. Their home team, they've taken the lead early. Or can there be more? It's Daniel David. Oh, clever bit of skill from him. Opened up some space. Real Gill. Doubtedly one of the stars of the Ascension 2022. It's Ash. Highly rated by his coach, Dave Quamina, Adika Ash. Although he hasn't seen much playing time for Terminex Rangers, getting the opportunity this evening. Oh, the battle for this one. It's a battle won by the team in red. Terminex did get the final touch. It will be a Cunupia throw. Maloney. That's a ball movement from Cunupia. Hopefully they've lost possession. And here comes the boogeyman, Gill. Well, nobody likes to get around him because he gets past them so easily, but not this time. Well, we might be seeing some empty seats in the stands at the moment. Don't expect that to remain empty for much longer. Folks in La Horquetta certainly love the party, particularly on a Friday evening. Well cut off. It's Graham. Stefan Julian. Oh, that's a bad giveaway. Well won back by Trevin Cesar. Didn't need his quality this evening. Oh, that's a good looking ball. Legal is in. But legally, a ball goes into touch and, well, certainly was an opportunity. Two best chances would have fallen to him. For that team in the stands at the moment, they'd be looking to take their chance to cement second spot. Defense force. Well, Guerra could be in here. And that's a fantastic save by the goalkeeper. Well, he's pointed to the spot, hasn't he? Timothy Derry. And, well, they can burn tires and get placards, but I don't think the protest by the defense, he's made up his mind, it's a penalty. Well, it's certainly not a plane crash, but it's a disaster nonetheless for Cunupia FC. This is not what they would have scripted. Already down by 1-0, and Bolatula Guerra has an opportunity to close the gap on Brent Sam and his goal scoring target if he can convert from 11 yards. "13 goals in the competition for the man labeled as the Trini Ronaldinho. Can this be another one? It is. So in fact, it's goal number 13 for Tula Guerra. And Terminex Horquetta Rangers, they're flying at the moment. But he's going to be giving himself some self-talks at the moment. But the real talk he needed was to figure out a way to stop that. And fortunately for him, that's the one that he didn't get right. It's 2-0 to the league leaders. Oh, chance maybe for more. Corbin. Andrews. Here's Tyrone Charles. Scored a wonder goal last evening. This time his pass is cut off. Should be an interesting battle for Caleb Sturge. Oh, he's bundled over and he's looking at the referee for sympathy. None given. God, he's a tough cookie, isn't he? Just over 5'5", Caleb Sturge. Solid as a rock, though. Oh, see what I told you? Here's Real Gill, T&T Youth International. Guerra, looking for Andrews. It's well intercepted. Trevin Cesar. Well, he's opened up some space, hasn't he? Final ball, though, is lacking. Looking for Dominic Douglas. And, well, that's too heavy. Well, if you just joined us, it's 10 minutes, and you've seen correctly. Terminex Horquetta Rangers lead by 2-0 against Cunupia. They have a decent start to the Ascension season, Cunupia. Remain in the top 4 for much of the first half of the season, thanks in part to the 9 goals scored by Kevin Woodley, who was the runaway early leader. Well, had the yin early, now facing the yang of not so good results. He tried to give himself a part with the Ike Andrews and couldn't part the Black Sea. Jamal Crichton. Attica Ash, hopeful. Certainly not efficient by any means. But you might have noticed, no Russ Russell Jr. in the lineup for Terminix Rangers this evening. He's been rested. Well, Kadeem Corbin, he doesn't rest. And that's goal number 2 for him. Well, it seemed like an impossible dream coming into this match. 4 goals behind the leading goal scorer. He's already scored 2. Guess who's up for the task? Guess who isn't? Well, if you're a fan of Cunupia FC, you might need an Excedrin at the moment. Headaches all around in defense. And well, when an assassin gets an opportunity, always takes a shot. Can there be a recovery for Cunupia? They're shell-shocked at the moment. Kadeem Corbin scoring 2 goals. Tulagera getting a penalty as well. Terminix Rangers lead by 3 goals to 0. Well, the last time these teams met, match ended 1-1. They need something special if they are to share points again in this fixture. Oh, the Gal certainly is going to give it a try. But it certainly needs something to stop the hemorrhaging at the moment, the team in black. At the moment it's free flow. It's Cowie. Long throw. Couldn't find Douglas. Headed away by the skipper. And the break is on now to Kadeem Corbin. He's got Guerra and Gill with him. He has Atula Guerra. Ike Andrews joins the party inside of the area. Guerra. Bit of a handball maybe. Well, plays allowed to continue. And finally, the belated flag goes up. Can breathe a sigh of relief at the moment, Cunupia. Well, Kadeem Graham has certainly shown his quality in defense all season. It's a different story today though. Not much he could have done about the 3 goals conceded by his team. Yes, Green. Douglas loses out to Ike Andrews. The Rangers throw. Well, they can certainly take their time. Build up out of the back, Terminix Rangers. Well, no need to give that one away, but he did, and have to defend the Cunupia attack. Needed a bit more quality to find Maloney. Well, can Guerra keep this in? The battle for everything. It's well defended by Julian. Only as far as Guerra. But Julian has a second bite. Here's Ikem Andrews. Oh, he fell asleep there, the defender! And some footsie by the goalkeeper. And that perhaps stopped goal number 4 for the league leaders. They're living dangerously, Cunupia FC. Certainly need a leader in defense. He needs some help. Crichton, just off the mark. Caesar, former T&T international. Cowie. Well, he's been forced to play make from a deep position, Caesar. Oh, that's not the tidiest of passes. Fortunate that his team won back possession. Maloney. Well, I just feel if they had to get some sort of attacking penetration, got to get their best players in more forward attacking positions. And I just feel they need some quality as well when they do get in those positions. They do have a corner though. Well, he's earned it, hasn't he? 2 goals inside the opening 10 minutes of the match. Well, certainly not in a rush to take this corner. Cunupia FC have threatened in the past some set pieces. Graham, well, he did get a touch and just couldn't find the direction. It's a goal kick. Well, it certainly was a David versus Goliath narrative coming into this match. Although I don't think anybody expected David to be flattened this early, as Cunupia have been. 3-0 down inside the opening 20 minutes of the match. Still without a registered shot on target. And the Red Army, well, they pour forward in search of more. Can Ikem Andrews keep it in? Sure can. It's well cut out by Graham. Daniel David would keep it alive. Oh, that's clever. It's quick. Too long for anybody in red, though. Oh, that's good. Some quality needed. Well, Daniel David certainly had his shot on target. Well, stopped in the end, though, by the defender. Wow. He's never afraid to get himself into an argy-bargy, isn't he? Sturge. Can they get into a threatening position? Caesar. Well, giving that one up cheaply. And Real Gill will try to make him pay. Holly's doing dance classes at the moment. Needed the assistance of Caleb Douglas. timely intervention, one would say. Adika Ash, Joel Russell. Well, the defensive players for Terminix Rangers certainly have more touches on the ball than any of the attackers for Cunupia at the moment. Yes, Tyrone Charles looking for room, and he wins a corner. Well, he just feel with all the hopping and puffing happening inside the Cunupia defensive area that eventually the door would be blown down yet again. Unless, of course, they can do something different. Throw for Rangers, just struggling to get it out of their own area. Douglas, too long for Cesar. First time ball aimed in at Guerra, not to be in the end. Three and a half minutes gone here at the Lock is a recreation ground. Terminix Rangers versus Cunupia FC. Oh, that's good from Ike Andrews. Crichton. Oh, that's a clever ball into Guerra. Oh, what a finish! Well, he's the author and finisher of his own destiny at the moment. And when you have 3 goals and you create chances like that for Guerra, there's going to be an addition. 4 goals to 0 to Terminix Rangers. Well, he must be wondering what else he can do. He's done everything. But when the quality is this good, look at the first time ball from Jamal Crichton and the equally efficient finish from Guerra. Top class. And the reason that Terminix Rangers are 4-0 in front. Well, I tell you what, Brent Sam is sitting somewhere in the stands wondering, hey, my top scorer title might be fading away at the moment. Well, they've been stung. Delirious at the moment. Certainly not what the doctor would have ordered for the team from Central Trinidad. Well, a chance could open up here for Daniel David to get another, and it is another. Well, it's not Tom and Jerry, but it's cartoon defending by Cunupia FC, and they're having fun. They're running up the tab. And he's not happy. Well, there's only so much a coach can say. Well, they're enjoying what they're seeing at the moment, though. Tell you who's not enjoying it, the folks in Cunupia, Central Trinidad. Two goals for Kadeem Corbin, 2 for Tula Guerra, and 1 goal from Daniel David. And the score heavily skewed in favor of Terminix Rangers. Oh, that's clever. He lost it in a bad area. A chance now for Cunupia to get another score sheet. And wow, certainly was an opportunity, not one that was accepted. And even then, after being gifted with a perfect opportunity to get on the score sheet, they still failed to hit the target. Well, a bad giveaway from the goal scorer David gave Legal an opportunity. But that was all it was, an opportunity. Still had to take it. Well, that's well cut out by Stefan Julian. Here's Douglas, looking for options. Well, didn't find one. He instead gave away possession to Ike Andrews. Well, the intention is clear, isn't it? Looking for Guerra. Sturge sends it anywhere but near his penalty area. Oh, that's the first one the goalkeeper's touched in a while, hasn't it? Hasn't been able to get close to 5 of the ones that flew past him. No, that's not legal. Neither is that. Will be retaken. Hasn't had a tough job, Timothy Berry. Was forced, however, to hand out the rod of correction to Caleb Douglas. But all in all, he's done a good job. Well, confirmation. In fact, the caution is going to Kadeem Graham. Oh, nothing's changed for him. He's a rocket defender. Oh, there's another man down, and perhaps more cautions to be handed out. Not this time, though. Oh, can you tell that hurts? Well, Crichton, the victim of a rogue challenge. Well, if you know anything about the man standing over this one, you'd know that he's well within range. Ike Andrews, former T&T international, has scored from this range before, but this time he chooses the option of charity. Leslie Russell's header, anywhere but the target. Well, we've just gone past the half-hour mark, and well, haven't gotten the opportunity to breathe. It's been breakneck pace, although the flow of traffic has been in one direction. Terminix Rangers leading by 5-0, 2 goals by Tula Guerra, 2 by Kadeem Corbin, and 1 from Daniel David. Gill couldn't pick out Tyrone Charles. And Julian escaped pressure, he has, but Legal gives up possession. Still with Cunupia. Well, after this match, the big contest at 8 p.m., 7 p.m. Jamaican time. It's called the PS Classico. Defense Force in second, come up against third place Police. Defense Force need only a draw to remain in second. Police, they need to win. Here's Guerra. No room for a shot. Top two teams in this competition, almost certain to be part of the recently announced Caribbean Ascension Tournament, if it does come off, where the best teams from Jamaica, Grenada, Barbados, and here in Trinidad and Tobago will square off against each other. Certainly something that local fans and regional football fans would be licking their chops, thinking about. Harbour View FC here in Trinidad and Tobago, certainly something that fans will be looking at. Well, here's a chance for Guerra. Oh, that would have been the hat trick. You can't get them all, as that one just missed its mark. It's perhaps the easiest of the chances he's converted so far today, Atula Guerra. He might have felt that he was pushed there, Jamal Crichton, but plays allowed to continue. Looking for Legal. Well, Real Gill certainly made a lot of height there, getting above him. Has to hurry. It's Kadeem Corbin. And, well, Legal, says the referee's assistant. Did seem to get around his man quite easily, Corbin. Well, you can just feel the air of disappointment around the ground from the team in black. Certainly would have come into this contest hoping to put up a good challenge. Oh, he's done well to keep it, hasn't he? Here's Julian. Well won by Real Gill. Oh, well, made his man disappear. Well, that's another one as well. Well, after all of the oohs and ahs, it came to naught. But that's certainly what he's capable of, Real Gill. Or maybe here's another chance. Tyrone Charles. Gill keeps it alive for Charles. And the intended pass for Kadeem Corbin is well cut off. Well, they can't get a break, can they? Yes, Guerra. Hat-trick on his mind. He's created the space. And the crossbar. Well, that has denied him getting a third. That certainly would have put him level with Brent Sam as the competition's leading goal scorer. He's done everything well, Atula Guerra, so far. certainly has the appetite for scoring goals. How about this man? Here's Gill. Well, here goes Gill. And a fortunate deflection sends it peacefully in the hands of Stefan Berkeley. But for once, the goalkeeper was the one with some luck. It's thanks to that skinny white frame. Well, certainly no resting for the defending team. Got to defend a throw deep inside the area. Oh, that's well won. But they did get some fortune. Can he keep it alive? It's well won by Leslie Russell. Well, that's not the most convincing clearance that you're going to see all evening. Looking for Guerra. And it's well offside. Allowed it to run through to Tyrone Charles. Just didn't have the legs to find its way through to him. Well, can they get a break, Cunupia? Sturge is heavily opposed to that. He cut off that attacking intent quite early. Well, here's Guerra. He's been twice denied after scoring a double in this match. Here's Ash. Can he make an impact? He's placed Russ Russell Jr. in the starting lineup today. Oh, quite an interesting shape employed by Terminex Rangers. 3 defenders at the back. Three attackers. And the boogeyman, here he goes, Real Gill. Wow, allowed it to run across his body. Thought that Kryzen might have been in behind it, but he has another chance now. Well, you just wonder how much longer they can keep them out. Cunupia. They're huffing and they're puffing. And again, goes through. Nobody in red to connect with it. Yet to register a shot on target, the team in black. And, well, luck certainly hasn't followed them either. Sturge, Gill. Well, they're certainly finding space. Cunupia dropping quite deep inside their third of the field. Cowie. Well, he has a wall of red in front of him. And, well, can't get the better of Sturge. I don't think he's been beaten once for the evening so far, Caleb Sturge. Well, that's bun and cheese for Jabari St. Hilaire. Three and a half minutes remaining in the first half, and well, picking up the pieces at the moment. Cunupia FC, they trail by 5-0. 2 goals for Kadeem Corbin, 2 for Atula Guerra, and 1 scored by Daniel David. And at the moment, might just do what no team has done so far in the competition: remain unbeaten. Terminex Rangers, and maybe score more goals. Well, not this time. Graham had other ideas. Sturge goes in search of Gill. It's floated across on the right side of the attack. Andrews looking for Corbin. Paul is certainly hungry for everything. Kept it alive. Can he find a red shirt? He does find Tyrone Charles. Can't get through the traffic. Sturge does well enough to keep the possession for Rangers. Andrews. Charles. Well, he's created a yard of space, but he couldn't get the crossover. Maybe now, Corbin. Oh, that's good. And when he's looking for better, wouldn't have counted anyway. The assistant's flag was up, but he's hoping for that special moment, Kadeem Corbin, and perhaps a hat-trick as well. But if anything, certainly entertained some of the crowd. Stefan Julian having no chance in containing him. Just couldn't get it under the crossbar in the end. Just over 30 seconds remaining before half-time, and if anybody's going to be looking at the clock keenly, certainly will be the team in black. They need fresh ideas. They need a break at the moment. Crichton, well, he thought about it and well, tried to make his thought a reality. Does get a corner out of it. Maybe the last chance before half-time to get something extra on the board. 2 players with eyes on a hat-trick at the moment for Terminex Rangers. And although they lead by 5-0, they've got 9 men in the area. And, well, they'll have to wait for the remaining 45 minutes. But in the meantime, though, they're quite satisfied with the production that they have in the first 45. It is one that they've scored 5 goals in. 2 goals for Kadeem Corbin, 2 goals for Atula Guerra, 1 for Daniel David, and a hefty 5-0 scoreline at the half. Well, they need a patch job. They need a miracle, perhaps. Cunupia FC, if they are to get any way back in this contest, because at half-time, it is Terminex Horquetta Rangers 5, Cunupia FC 0. We take a pause and we come back with the first half goodies. Well, it's not El Dorado, but they've struck gold. Terminex Horquetta Rangers, they lead by 5-0 against Cunupia FC. And it's only 45 minutes. Well, I know you're excited. Let's take a look quickly at the first half and how it panned out. If you're a Cunupia fan, you might want to cover your eyes, because quite early it started with poor defensive posture, and Kadeem Corbin from distance. Yeah, he connects. And he got his account going early. Goal number 1 for Terminex Rangers. Stephen Berkeley perhaps feeling he could have done a bit better. Could have sun as well in his eyes. But he's a star. He's shining. 1-0 to Rangers. And then later, that challenge from Kadeem Graham earned him a place in the naughty book, and Atula Guerra a ticket. And he cashed in from 11 yards and made it 2-0 to Terminex Rangers. Goal number 13 for the Trini Ronaldinho. Now sitting 2 goals behind Brent Sam, who's on top of the goal scoring chart. Corbin though, never wanting to be left out of the conversation. Well, we got at the end of that. And we give him a chance from that type of range. He rarely ever disappoints. 2 goals for him. 3-0 to Rangers. But then Guerra, look at his first time pass from Jamal Crichton. And look at that first time finish as well. That's why they call him the Trini Ronaldinho. The author and the finisher. 4-0 to Terminex Rangers. Still lots more minutes to go. Nothing that man in green could do. It's been a spectator to 4 getting past him. Guerra moving on to goal number 14. And then Daniel David would get a gift as well. And when you get gifts, what you do, you unwrap them. And that's what he did, precisely. He got goal number 5 for Terminex Rangers. And while he was sitting pretty, he wasn't happy, and Cunupia left with 45 minutes of contemplation and a miracle job at hand if they have to get something from this match. All right, let's see what the numbers look like, and well, might be a horror. Just 1 shot on target for Cunupia FC compared to 13 from Terminex Rangers. And Brent Sanchi, you look at those numbers and it's scary.
Yeah, it's scary in terms of what Terminex Rangers have been able to do. They've been dominant in everything that you look at the shots on target, of course, corners, and the general flow of play outside of these stats. Rangers certainly have been dominant throughout this tournament, and today's game is a pontification on that.
Well, not very competitive inside the first 45, but last Friday, certainly very exciting football. And Cunupia, in fact, they were in action against AC Port of Spain as we look back at last Friday's highlight, right here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. AC Port of Spain, one of the informed teams, certainly that man Che Benny as well. And they came to play, but it was the capital men showing their quality early, forcing Berkeley into a save. But he certainly had opportunities. Moquette didn't take much. But of course, quality always shines through. Che Benny forcing a save from Berkeley. And then when Chervin Cesar was unearthed, a free kick was given. Caleb Douglas, a bit of ingenuity. And look at that for a finish. Smiles on the face of Cunupia. And then Hakeem Legal would set it up nice to Douglas. And look at that for a save. That's perhaps the save of the week. But AC Port of Spain would roar back in the contest through this man, Sidale McLean, getting a bit of help from the defender. But he did get an equalizer. That made it 1-1. And then almost a carbon copy. And call him Pythagoras because he can find the right angle. And that made it 2-1 to AC Port of Spain. More chances, but Berkeley tried to keep out as much as he could. Couldn't keep out everything because Jabari Raphael eventually did get on the score sheet. And he made it 3-1 as AC Port of Spain got the win over Cunupia FC. And then later on, Timanex Rangers already learning that they have already clinched the title. They took on 4th place Deportivo PF. This match expected to be a banger. And wow, Nathaniel Garcia, he got that memo. Tried to bang it from distance. But when we talk about banger, Idonia was speaking about this man, Kadeem Corbin. He opened the scoring, 1-0 to Rangers. Deportivo though, not out of it. They kept it alive. Guerra kept it a contest as well, forcing Marvin Phillip into a save. But then, when things were swinging, that happened. Yeah, you can't get clumsy inside the area. Kayam Thomas taken down, and Guerra, well, he doesn't miss. And he hit the jackpot, and he gave his team a 2-0 lead. Not much recovery time for Point Fortin. And then Tyrone Charles. How about this for a scorcher? Just wonder, does that make the calendar who scored so many great goals? Point Fortin though did finally get something on the score sheet, Akeem Redhead, but that was only consolation as they went down 3-1 to Timanex Rangers. Exciting football we've seen in the Ascension Tournament so far, Brent.
Yeah, certainly it has been a treat for the fans that have been watching outside of the La Horquetta venue, and certainly a treat for the ones that have been here. It's a good mixture of entertainment and sports entertainment, of course, from the performances, and we've had some excellent goal scoring powers throughout the tournament.
Well, let's look back at some of those yummy, tasty golden treats, and as we look back at the top 10 goals of the tournament. Oh, so many great goals, and I'm sure some of your favorites, you might not have seen it, but so many goals, you could only choose 10. Which was your favorite?
Yeah, could only choose 10. I do, of course, James, lean towards the Riyad Moore goal. I think in terms of when it happened, it was in the dying stages of the game, a game that was very, very tight. And of course, he conjured up an equalizer from nothing. So for me, has to be Moore.
Yeah, Kyle Thomas is one of my favorites as well. Extreme skill from a young man, and well, so many more goals. I'm sure we might get some more before the end of this match or the end of this evening as well in the Ascension Tournament. Well, 45 minutes to come. We're going to take a pause, and when we come back, second half action. Well, we've already seen 5 goals. Are there to be any more? Well, 45 minutes will answer that question. The Ascension Football Tournament, match week 18. T&T Rangers leading by 5-0 over Cunupia FC. Brent Sancho, of course, former T&T International World Cup defender, is here with me. What do you believe the team talk would have been at halftime? You go in trailing by 5-0 in this match.
Well, it's all about containment, really, from a Cunupia perspective, keeping your discipline. And of course, personal pride as well, and professionalism. Hasn't been the type of first half that they would have wanted, but certainly the second half of football, keeping a scoreline reasonable, and of course trying to play themselves back into it. It has been a difficult half for them, but more importantly, there's 45 more minutes plus to play, and an opportunity to get some sort of to salvage some sort of pride from it.
Well, coming into this match, many would have thought that the goal-scoring race was, well, pretty much over. Brent Sam, 3 goals ahead of Atula Guerra, 4 goals ahead of Kadeem Corbin. But after one half of football, and Atula Guerra is just within 1 goal. It's an interesting battle heating up there. Is it achievable?
Yeah, it is very much achievable, and I'm very sure in the minds of Guerra and even Corbin, who is not too far behind as well, they would think that they have a chance, of course, to catch up with that man Brent Sam, who is on 15 goals. Remember, James, he comes up next against Police FC, and he may be thinking himself that he can extend his lead. So there is a lot to play for in this 45 minutes, but I think from a Rangers point of view, I think they will want to put a bit of more champagne and ice and put a little cherry on top of the cake.
Oh, speaking of champagne and ice, the fans are out this evening. Of course, they're going to be crowning that team in red. They've gone through the competition unbeaten. 18 games if they hold on to this result without defeat. 3 draws. And what a competition they've had. The Cunupia FC, it's been a seesaw competition, and they certainly want to end on a higher note than the first half would suggest. But first, they've got to deal with the reinforcements coming in. Ross Russell Jr. and Kyle Thomas sent to join the bunch. And well, when you take players out of the starting lineup of Terminex Rangers, it's never a downgrade when you've got reinforcement of that quality.
Yeah, we talked about the quality of the squad throughout this tournament, and not only that, James. Yes, quality, but there has been a lot of consistency in what they've been able to do. We've seen so many times in football where you do have a deep squad of players, but if they're not on the same page, there can be some challenges. But what we've seen with Rangers, it always has been like for like, and in some instances, it has been an upgrade in terms of the performance in the second half with the ones that are coming in. But one thing has been certain, they have been very, very consistent in what they've been able to do.
Well, referee Timothy Derry, he's had a pretty incident-free first half. Just one yellow card issued to Kadeem Graham, and he'd certainly love to have it remain much of the same, as 45 minutes of football will determine how the outcome of this match will end. Well, just like they started, or they finished rather, they start the second half, Terminex Rangers on the front foot, already in search of more treasure. Golden boot race, keep your eyes on that. Atula Guerra, he is on 14 goals, just one behind leader Brent Sam, who comes up next against Police. Kadeem Corbin following Guerra. He's 2 goals behind, he's on 13. And to think that Guerra, he's hit the crossbar twice in the first half, even after scoring 2 goals.
Well, I'm sure his mind is on this 45 minutes because, as you rightfully said, he would have hit the crossbar, but he would think that there's some goals in it for him.
Well, here's Tyrone Charles. He'd certainly love to get his name on the sheet as well. Well, Real Gill tried his luck. Couldn't get through the traffic. Here's Douglas. Lost out to Kyle Thomas, who gets his first touch. Trevin Caesar. Maloney. Douglas couldn't pick out the goal. Well, Rangers, they do enjoy building up out of the back, allowing teams to come onto them and exploit the space left behind. Cunupia certainly would have learned their lesson about that in the first half. It's Kyle Thomas. Scored one of the goals of the tournament. Leslie Russell to Russ Russell. Looking for Guerra. Well cut out by Cowie. Here's Kadeem Corbin. Guerra. It's quite unselfish there, Kadeem Corbin. Chose to tee up his teammate. Well, Matthew Legal, says the referee.
Well, it's a teammate he's vying for top goal scorer with, so it's it has been that type of performance throughout the tournament from Rangers, professional and efficient. Not sure many would be doing that, James, if there is a straight competition, and it's not just to be the top goal scorer in the tournament. There is some significant prize money behind it as well.
Ross Russell Jr. Couldn't pick out Guerra. Well, it's good to see that he can still enjoy his football. Maloney, despite the scoreline.
I don't think I've ever seen a player attempt that type of skill being 5-0 down.
Oh, let's see. Last day of school, class party.
I wasn't allowed to the class party if I had an F in school.
Well, good evening to all of our viewers all across the region. Thank you for tuning in to the Ascension Tournament. It's the final Friday evening of the competition. The first major competition in Trinidad and Tobago coming out of the pandemic, and certainly has been a pretty decent competition by all standards.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, coming into the tournament, there were some concerns because, of course, football had been impacted by the pandemic and of course, the restrictions that were placed throughout the country. And, of course, fitness comes to mind, whether or not the standard of play would be good, and, of course, the amount of games that were going to be played. And certainly a lot of boxes have been ticked here in the Ascension Tournament. A lot of players, of course, have come to age in this tournament. A lot of youngsters as well have been able to be unearthed in this tournament. So it has been a success through and throughout, and certainly something that has lit up the footballing calendar here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, certainly had all rights to go for it. Well, he did well to keep it in, but he does give up possession. Oh, Kobe has to hurry, and it's taken out illegally by Kadeem Corbin. I could just see the drop shoulders from some of the Cunupia players.
Well, it's not just the scoreline, James. I think it's the continued effort, energy, and enthusiasm that Rangers are showing despite being 5-0 up. And if you are a defender in Cunupia, you're thinking to yourself, when are they going to put the handbrakes up or put the car in neutral a bit to give us a bit of a breather? But they haven't done that. It's just been amazing, the hunger and drive that they've been showing throughout this game. And as I said, being 5-0 up, you tend sometimes to some complacency to step in, as well, of course, a team to get into a bit of a shell. But certainly, Rangers is not showing that.
Well, it's a bad giveaway by the gal, and well, St. Hilaire got some exercise.
Commentator's curse. A bit complacent there by Russell Jr. He can be afforded that. He's had an outstanding tournament.
Certainly has, and both ends of the ball, both defensively and offensively, he's thrived this season. Sturge. I am Thomas. Looking for Guerra. Well, he got in a good position. Just couldn't get his header down in the end. Tyrone Charles, the man at the end of it. Certainly did well for himself to get into that position.
Again, the enthusiasm, the desire. So many would have left it, and there's Tyrone Charles at 5-0 up, still trying to get his head on it. True testament to this Rangers team. And you have to sing them praises, James. You have to. They've been outstanding throughout the tournament. When you look 1 through 22, 24 players, it's not many you could point the finger and say that they haven't done well enough or they haven't given 110%.
Oh, there's still a player down at the moment. And, well, he's gotten to his feet and they're going to be happy about that. There's Caleb Douglas. Did score a phenomenal goal last week. Our play will continue now after the short rest. Dominic Douglas can find a way through. Maybe now he can, but that's good from him. Well, real kill. They've got 4 versus 3 at the moment. Corbin. Well, it's not the best ever pass from Kadeem Corbin, as you're likely to see. Legal. Well, just ran out of ideas for a second. Had the intention of finding Julian, who's been pushed further forward than we've seen him all season. Charles. Oh, he got past Cowie quite easily. Space here to cross! And that's it, the hat-trick! For Atula Guerra. Level on goals with Brent Sam. And well, we've got an interesting contest. The score might be 6-0 to Rangers, but here's a new contest in our hands. He's eyeing the top prize.
Well, this goal was made, manufactured and packaged by that man there, number 11, Tyrone Charles. What a delicious delivery. And the simplest of tasks has been asked by that man, Atula Guerra. With that nod of the head, has put him on par with Brent Sam. And I dare you to suggest that he won't go ahead.
Well, I'm sure somewhere in the dressing room, Brent Sam is getting ready for his matchup against Police. Will have gotten the news.
I think he'll be taking the team talk, Brent Sam. He's going to be telling his teammates, give me the ball.
Well, Cunupia FC continue to hemorrhage goals. Well, they do get some luck from the referee this time. It's a free kick. Well, he's opened up some space. Chauvin Caesar had lots of work to do to keep possession. Did manage to do it successfully before being taken out by Kadeem Corbin. Well, Brent, some might say that Atula Guerra, his career has been a topsy-turvy one. Very good highs when he's been good, and some ordinary periods. But I dare anybody to put down a motivated Atula Guerra. When he's motivated, he's one of the best that we see locally.
And he has every right to make excuses, of course. Unfortunate coming back from Charleston Battery, where he was outstanding for them. And so many coming back into the country can drop your shoulders, lose motivation, as you rightfully said, and dip in form. But you have to suggest, James, that he's grown in stature as this tournament has gone on. He was a bit part player at the start of it, and then he became a lot more influential, not just by his goal scoring ability, but I think his overall and all-round play. And you know, if for a player of that age, of course, that ability, it's very easy to close the door on your imagination and where you can go. He hasn't done that. He's played like a 16-year-old.
Certainly a top player, Atula Guerra. But he's looking to be top by himself in the competition, but his attempt to find Kadeem Corbin is cut out this time. What a competition he's had. Did miss quite a few games, Atula Guerra, but he has come back and done well for himself. Oh, there will be a change for Cunupia FC. Stefan Berkeley, after conceding 6 goals, will be rested. And in his place comes Jean-Pierre David. I don't think he can be faulted for many of the goals that got past him. Defense, however, haven't been as forthright in defending him. Well, they'll have work to do now, though. Oh, that's well taken off the head of Guerra by Kadeem Graham. By far has been the most outstanding player for Cunupia.
Well, he's trying to lead by example. It's unfortunate that some of his teammates have let him down a bit. It's not necessarily a question of whether there's ability there. I think it's the attitude towards doing well. This could be problems.
Well, they live to fight another day. Got to stop Corbin first, and well, Jean-Pierre David has been called into action almost immediately, and showed that he was up for the task he's been put in to do. And well, on the opposite end, they did have a chance to Hilaire Brewster, who just came on, and oh, he didn't take memos from the team in red.
When Corbin dips inside, we've seen him done that so many times. Ball just ping-pong around the box. I'm sure the captain there, Crichton, may have felt that he could have done better, but he was stretching.
Certainly did look off balance as well. Well, there has been more changes for Cunupia. Hilaire Brewster has come on. Oh goodness! Well, when you're at the bottom, they say the only place you can go is up. And Josiah Daniel, he's gotten fans out of their seat, and they're up celebrating perhaps one of the goals of the competition. Cunupia have pulled one back, 6-1.
Well, I know we have some of the more talented persons in this Sportsmax staff. I wonder if they can reproduce the top 10 goals and add this in. What a strike here by Daniel. He looked like he had no choice, James, but to kick the football, and that's what he did. Strike the lacing straight through it, and Saint Hilaire would have looked at it and thought, not putting my hand on that. What a strike from the young man. I think that's his first touch.
I think he needed a passport to get up there in the first place. Well, he's tested again this time, and it's a test that he does pass. I'm not quite sure Rangers expected that one. It came out of nothing.
I don't think anybody expected that one. He was looking for a pass, he's looking for an option, but it just never came. Oh, that's naughty. That is very naughty.
Well, two-footed, and
he could protest all he liked once your studs are up, and now he's adding to the insult. I'm very surprised that he hasn't been booked. Once your studs are up, James, there's no question. You could win the football 100 times out of 100. His studs were showing.
Well, I think if there were video assistant referee, might have been in trouble. According to my records as well, he's already been booked. Has to be careful.
I'm not sure if it was needed. I know he's the type of player that wants to be aggressive, wants to lead. But to lunge like that,
Well, let's look at the cash standing behind the yellow ball. No Kayum Thomas and Ike Manjus, the first choice set piece takers. And no surprise, there's one Atula Guerra standing behind it.
I think he's interested in any dead ball. He's going to start taking goal kicks too. Wants to get on the score sheet again.
Is there something special to be had from Guerra? Well, he came close enough. He's hungry, I can tell you that much.
It was always going to be difficult, James, to get it up and down. I didn't think for a second that he was going to go for just pure force and power. But he went for trickery and a tinge of power. But as I said, it's tough to get that ball going up and down.
Oh, we're a long way past the hour mark, 5 minutes to be precise. And score 6 goals to 1, maybe 2. Well,
that was a chance.
The Gal needed something better.
It was a chance for sure, James.
Or maybe Guerra can show exactly how it's done. Or Tyrone Charles for that matter. And, well, he's unlucky.
Well, I wonder why he turned out. Just a couple minutes ago, he made a very good cross with that very same left foot onto the head of Atula Guerra. Thought he would have tried to do the same there. Again, another player with an outstanding tournament. He has been part of domestic football here in Trinidad and Tobago for quite some time.
And what we've talked about the main goal scorers for Horquetta Rangers, after Kadeem Corbin, well, his name sits right up there. Tyrone Charles, 7 goals in the competition for him. I think he's been used as a bit part player in this team. Just shows you the attacking quality that he's got. Although Jorms continue to beat and seems to fuel the players forward. Haven't dropped the intensity, Rangers. Well, to Cunupia FC, they've managed to pull a goal back. Goal out of nothing scored by Josiah Daniel, the substitute. Can the game plan be any clearer? Find Guerra. Do you think that changes the synergy of the football when you have a player vying for a particular target like the top goal scorer? Does it change your game in any way as a team, or is it easy to maintain control of the way you'd like to play?
Well, I think that's the interesting thing about this game. It's that when you look at the Rangers' performance, it's what we've seen throughout the tournament. It doesn't look like they are, of course, trying to force the issue in getting the ball to Guerra. But Guerra, Corbin, Charles, they've interchanged. They've been very, very impactful in what they've done. And of course, they've been ably supplied by the middle of the park and the flank players. So to answer your question, I think they're just doing what they know what to do.
Crichton. Ike Andrews. Guerra. Oh, he's got Joe Guerra. The whistle goes. But his eyes lit up as bright as the football that they're kicking around. Fortunately for him, the referee spotted an infringement.
think if there was a blot on the sheet of Terminex Horquetta Rangers, it would be defensively. They have conceded, well, this is 23 goals now, and teams like Defence Force and Police have 13 and 21, and of course even 17 from Deportivo. And for a team that scores as many goals as they do and dominate games sometimes as they do, I think that would probably be the only blot that you would look at. And when you look back at the goals as well, James, they've been careless.
Tyrone Charles. It's a foul against Charles. Called belatedly. Tell you who's not happy, the man to the far left of your screen, who's being calmed down by the fourth official. Shows you the passion that they play with Rangers. 6-0 and contesting everything. Oh, 6-1. Almost took a goal away from Cunupia. My apologies. Well, this is an interesting foot race. Hilaire Brewster. And, well, they just haven't made the most of the few opportunities they did get to get a sniff at goal, Cunupia. Still high pressing. 6 goals and foot is not off the accelerator.
I'm looking at the way they're set up as well, James. Tactically, and they're throwing a lot of numbers forward despite being 6 goals to 1 up. So many times in football you see a team, of course, drop their line of engagement and focus a bit more on possessing the football and game management. This Rangers team want to add, of course, to the goal scoring tally that they have, which is now up to 70. That is a lot of goals to score in a tournament.
Well, just to think that the current attacking trio have scored 35 of those 70 goals and are looking to add more. Charles is turning away from challenges. Has he run out of room?
Well, he has no support.
Look at this. Oh, the defender's not happy. Well, that's a long throw. Of course, Julian. And now the goalkeeper, Jean-Pierre David, to get in the act. Caesar. Man from Lambo, Tobago. Rangers ball. Could form nicely for Kaim Thomas. Well, he needed some more direction. Advantage is played here to Ike Andrews. He's got numbers to aim for. And again, Graham out of nowhere. Well, Corbin has kept this one alive. Well, they're not letting up, the team in red. He's thinking about it. It's well cut off. Well, they're not doing themselves a favor. Given back to Rangers. It's a corner. Gill. Oh. Did manage to find some room, but he couldn't get further. A break could be on. The flag is down. Well, it's finally gone up. And Akeem Legal, well, he thought he was in a legal position.
Well, he just had to look to the left or the right of him. And there was no need for him to go offside there. Once Cesar won the football, just had to keep himself onside. Maybe simpler to see than to do. Especially from where I come from as a centre half.
It's a long way to get offside. Well, this is good.
That's just outstanding.
Viera! Well, it's bumped on the wrong, it's pinball. And finally, they get it away. Look closer to a lunchtime football scrap than what you usually see at this level. Feet were flaring all over the place. Well, Julian and Graham, they've been overworked, haven't they? Done their job.
And this is why they keep giving the ball away.
Well, play continues. Guerra. And it's won back by Gill, illegally so, says referee Derry. Oh, less than 15 minutes remaining in the second half. They've done reasonably well defensively, Cunupia. But it's on this end of the field that they've sorely lacked. And they will throw bodies forward yet again. Terminex Horquetta Rangers. He's gone past his man well, and Kera again is fouled by Stephen Julian. It's Crichton. Well, he's done really well, Crichton. And again, Julian is there. He's omnipresent, isn't he? Oh, as Graham paid for his hard work. Both Graham and Julian have really combined their forces to stop the hemorrhaging that we saw in the first half.
And of course that has been caused by the individual errors. They've been beaten so easily in 1v1 situations. I'm not suggesting that the Rangers players are easy to stop. But it hasn't been difficult.
Well, you have the right idea. Fortunately, not all ideas are successful. Oh, here they come again. It's like a wave. They just keep coming. And well, yet another boot gets in the way of more joy for Rangers. Not a very good corner by Gill. It's a goal kick. Well, don't forget, after this match, it's the big one. Second and third place teams come up against each other Defense Force, just 1 point above Police FC. They'll be looking to lock the second place position. Certainly they'd have their eyes on the potential Caribbean Ascension League. How about that from Guerra? He's lost it, but a good effort to try and win it back. Well won by Crichton. Well, plays allowed to continue. He thought he was fouled for a second. Leslie Russell comes to his rescue. Here's Russ Jr. Oh. It's too heavy for Raul Felix to get anywhere close to. Here's Maloney. Has won a free kick for his team. Haven't won many battles this evening. They'd be happy for the little ones that they do win. Miguel. That's a good ball. He's played in, and a flag related. Caleb Douglas certainly made a good run in behind, but pass perhaps a little too late.
I think it's in those moments is why Cunupia have suffered their fate. Whether it's from poor decision making, that's a good move.
Well, he has made a nuisance of himself since coming on.
He's very direct.
Very direct. Scored the only goal for the Central team. Certainly uses height for the set piece here. Caesar. Brewster. Well, can't complain of not getting chances. Certainly had a lot more in the second half than they saw in the first half.
And again, it's the only blot, of course, on Rangers' paper. They do give up some very, very soft goals at times. We've talked about how professional they've been offensively, but certainly sometimes defensively they've left questions.
Well, the flag is down, and Guerra is due, looking for goal number 4. And well, stood up like a statue and defended his goal very well, Jean-Pierre David. Tell you what, the entire Rangers bench is off their seat for cheering him on.
Well, he had a chance. That was certainly a chance. Of course, on his weaker left foot. But a man of that quality, player of that quality, I don't know if there's such a thing as a weaker left foot.
Here's Corbin. Oh, close. Not on target though. Might be time for some changes for Cunupia. Siobhan Young is the player who will make his entrance. There'll be an added attacking option as Shavin Cesar also comes off, and he's replaced by Cornel Miguel. Well, is there something more for Cunupia in this contest? Not this time. Good looking ball in the area. There's the substitute, and he can control it, Miguel. Foot race could be on for Tyrone Charles. He's won it. Looking for some space. Well, he's certainly been having issues all evening defending Tyrone Charles, Raul Felix, and he's been having some swings at him. Don't think any have really connected, but there have been shouts of concern from the Rangers bench. Charles doesn't seem to mind though. Looking for Crichton, and easy for Jean-Pierre David. That's a high knee from Sturge right in front of the referee. Just making sure that Miguel is okay, and Sturge gets his customary yellow card. Agreed with the decision, Brent?
I'm surprised it's just a yellow. And you know I'm a big fan of a tough challenge.
And a big fan of Sturge.
And a big fan of Sturge, correct? Looked like something straight out of UFC.
Well, has he got another victim? And since Miguel has come on, he's already won 3 fouls. This one perhaps giving them a shot at getting close to goal. It's a free kick. They're all lining up to take it. Maloney, it's Josiah Daniel, all trying to beat that man in goal. Oh, Congress has gotten longer. Miguel perhaps wants it himself as well. Maybe Ilya Brewster.
When I see that amongst the players around the football, I get worried, James. And that's why.
Good time to take a look at our Sportsmax app moment. And we've had so many moments. Your guess is as good as mine. But it's this one. Yep. He dialed long distance and he made the right connection, Josiah Daniel. So Sportsmax app moment. Deservedly so. Oh, I think Tyrone Charles met his match there for a second. Kadeem Graham. He's been having fun with Raul Felix. Well, the misery should be over soon for Cunupia. Just under 3 minutes of regulation time remaining in this fixture. They're going to be happy to get back to the locker room. Final game of the season for them. They've done really well in the second half at containing Rangers. I don't think Rangers have let off the intensity. They've just done better defensively.
Yeah, they've seemingly been a bit more organized, despite the fact that they have given up a lot of chances. I think it's a combination as well, James, that of Rangers not being as potent as it was in the first half. I'm not sure if not potent and Rangers go in the same sentence, but for this description it has to be. When you look at the amount of goals they've scored in this tournament, as I said, I just can't remember a team scoring 70 goals in a tournament. That's a lot of goals. And when you start dissecting why they're champions, that's one of the main factors.
Goals win matches, you always hear that going up. scrappy from Rangers. And that's good defending from Leslie Russell. Well, he certainly has caused a stir, Miguel, since coming on. He's won 3 fouls. He's been getting in behind defense.
I think when you look at the goals that Cunupia have conceded, as I said, in the 1v1 situations, they've not done well. They've either been beaten badly or exposed badly. And when that happens from a defensive perspective, it doesn't matter how well you're shaped tactically, how well you're organized, you just don't give yourself a chance. And I think when you look back at it, Cunupia has really not only shot themselves in the foot, but from an individual perspective, just haven't been good enough.
Well, just 2 minutes will be added as the 90 has expired. Cunupia, though, they do have a chance to get another consolation. But what about this man? Has a chance to get 4. He wants it badly. Well, needed better accuracy. He's had a good night. He's done well, tried his best.
But he hasn't stopped running. And when you look at the composition of this Rangers squad, you'd look at Guerra, Charles, even Corbin, of course Russell at the back, the captain, Crichton as the experienced campaigners, as the ones that are the elder statesmen in this team. And they've looked nothing like elder statesmen. They've been running at the same pace as the youngsters.
Asking for more time, maybe?
Yeah, probably is. Won't be surprised if he pulls on a police uniform and comes out and play the second game.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Brent Sam fails to score, might have to share the golden boot. But I wouldn't bet on Brent Sam not scoring, though. I don't care who he's playing against. Well, is there one last chance for Terminix Rangers and Tula Guerra?
It's got to be it. It's got to be it. It's a good save.
Oh, maybe now. And it is Kyle Thomas. Has it counted? I'm not even sure. It has counted. 7-1 to Terminix Horquetta Rangers. And what a performance from the league champions as they've crowned off a successful season. 18 games they've faced in the competition and they have remained unbeaten thanks to that man, Kadeem Corbin. 28 goals between the attacking pair. What a moment for Dave Cormina and his team. Well, this is how it happened, the final goal. Guerra's shot deflected in the path of Kyle Thomas, and well, he's not going to say no to an opportunity from that close. Well, cue the celebration, cue the champagne. The champions of the Ascension Tournament are about to be crowned. Well, they're going over to the main pavilion to celebrate with the folks who've helped them every single evening. They've come out here to play. All a big moment. Terminix Rangers. Let's look at how they did it today to cap off their 18th unbeaten match. Swan team stood in their way, but Guerra and company were having none of it. Kadeem Corbin started the party early with that laser top corner. Nothing Berkeley could do to keep it out. way to shine. And then Guerra winning the penalty, the challenge from Graham. Gave him an opportunity to get the first of his 3 goals. And he doesn't miss, certainly not from 11 yards. Corbin though kept the race alive, getting Rangers' 3rd goal, his 2nd. What a tournament he's had. And look at this, Crichton, the first time ball into Guerra, and that's quality. The Trini Ronaldinho doing the business, getting his 2nd of the match, Rangers 4th. Daniel David decided to join the scoring party himself, scoring the 5th Rangers goal. That was the score at half-time until Tyrone Charles turned things up in the 2nd. And Guerra getting the hat-trick, his 3rd of the evening. But it was all crafted and designed by that man, Charles. Easy peasy for Guerra. 3 goals for him, putting him the joint top scorer in the competition with Brent Sam. What a moment. 6-0 to Terminix Rangers. But Cunupia would have something to say, and it's his substitute Josiah Daniel. How about that from way downtown? Consolation and something to remember long after the tournament has been completed. Josiah Daniel with a wonder goal out of nothing. Kadeem Graham and the rough challenge and Rush Jr. did give them a chance perhaps to get Guerra's 4th. But not even him and his quality could get it under the crossbar. Did stop him from trying though, as he captained Crichton, but they couldn't beat Kadeem Graham. On the opposite end, Cunupia did start creating some chances of their own, but it was not to be. And Guerra had a chance for his 4th of the match, but that man stood in his way time and time again. But there was to be one more goal in this match, and it belonged to Terminix Rangers. Guerra's shot deflected into the path of Kyle Thomas, and he made certain from close range. 7-1. The final score here in La Horquetta. Let's talk about the numbers and how they lined up, and expect to see a very lopsided statistic. 21 shots to 7. 12 on target for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers compared to 3 by Cunupia FC. And look at the saves category. 12 saves for Cunupia and their goalkeepers, and only 3 for Terminix Rangers and Jabari St-Hilaire. 7-1, a final score in favor of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Well, from those 7, 4 or 3 rather were scored by one man. They called him the Trini Ronaldinho, and Brent is standing by with him. Atula Guerra, our man of the match.
I'm now joined by man of the match, Atula Guerra. 3 points, undefeated throughout the tournament. Happy man, mission accomplished?
Yes, very much. You know, we are very thankful to come out on a high and finish the tournament on a positive note. And, you know, it was very good to go out there and give our best foot in our performance tonight.
Well, of course, from an individual perspective, scoring 3 goals here tonight, 3 outstanding goals. Talk us through 2 of your goals.
Well, you know, basically I was just in the right place when Sam put it and I execute after. The first goal was, you know, off a true ball from Corbin where I slide to try to just poke it in, and I also get a penalty. So it was, you know, a pleasure to score the hat-trick tonight and to stay on a high.
Well, of course, you've had your adversity throughout your career. This a statement by Atula Guerra that he's back and should be in national team colours?
You know, it's just thankful to be back on the pitch, you know, and it's been so long we haven't played football in Trinidad. 2 years with the pandemic and, you know, the corona had kept football out for a while. And I want to give Mr. Ferguson all praises for throwing this tournament and having us back on the pitch, you know. So it's all a pleasure to hear and thankful for this tournament. So, you know, hopefully we'll see how it goes with the national team.
Congratulations to you, Atula Girl. You are our man of the match. And of course, all the congratulations to you and Terminex La Horquetta Rangers.
Thank you, Brent. Pleasure.
Of course, Atula Girl, man of the match for today. An outstanding performance. 3 goals by Atula Girl, 7 goals by his team, and a whopping 70 goals throughout this tournament. Certainly been a dominant performance by Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. But I'm now joined by the head coach of Cunupia FC, Mr. Michael Defoe. Of course, disappointing result. How do you assess your team's performance today?
Well, in the first half, somewhere on the field list, somebody made some changes that I did not authorize for whatever reason. And in the second half, we corrected it, and the game played accordingly. And yeah, kudos to the team that won the game. And when next we play in football again, we're back at the drawing board.
Well, of course, the penultimate game for Cunupia FC. How do you assess the overall Ascension Tournament?
Well, actually, I was very impressed with the organization, and actually, with the televising of the games, a few of our players who started playing with us now playing other places because they were able to show what they could do, I want to say. So it augured well for football. It augured well for us. It has now become a pre-season for us. So we were able to see our shortcomings and where we have gaps to be filled in. So that was good for us.
Well, of course, thank you very much, Mr. Defoe, and congratulations to your team, Cunupia FC, in competing in the Ascension Tournament.
Thank you.
Of course, coach of Cunupia FC, talking about the television and the televised games and the importance it has been for his players, who of course would have been seen right here on Sportsmax and been able to show. I'm now joined by the winning man in charge, a man that finally can give us a smile, Mr. Richard Ferguson of Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. Of course, Mr. Ferguson, I am very sure you're finally a happy man.
Well, certainly, Brent. You know, it's been a long road. It's been very difficult. But we don't see this as the end. We see it as the beginning. And in fact, you know, Coach Kwamina, Anthony Makano, Leslie Russell has already done analysis over the last 18 games, and they have come up with a lot of things that we need to improve on. And we have to get better at. You know, the finishing is really not as good as we want it to be. The tackling is not as potent. So there's a lot of work we still have to do to improve. You know, we are far from being the best that we can be, and we continue on that road.
Of course, it'd be remiss of me if I don't talk about the Ascension Tournament, a tournament that you have executed to excellence. Tell us a bit more of the tournament and what you thought about the tournament as it took place here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, it was an excellent tournament. It gave Trinidad and Tobago a boost in terms of football. As you would know, Brent, football in Trinidad and Tobago is the most popular sport. And it has been in a depressed area over the last, I would say, decade. This tournament, I think, has taken football to a higher level. The television has been excellent. And you know, the crowds are coming out to the games, which has never been done over the last 10 years. And of course, the television has made the football very, very popular. And people would normally sit down Friday night, you know, and have their meal and their drink to watch the games on Sportsmax. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Well, of course, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Not just congratulations on winning the tournament, but also obviously congratulations in hosting and executing an excellent Ascension Tournament.
Yeah, and just one more thing, Brent, before I go. What I would also like to say is that the platform of football in Trinidad has changed. What we have done here is that we have been actually been able to make money in football. You know, I can't say too many clubs have been able to do that, but we have been able to make some money through the the entertainment aspect, and that money has now been used to funnel into the Ascension Caribbean Cup, and hopefully that concept will continue, where teams are being self-sustaining.
Thank you very much. Well said by Mr. Ferguson. And of course, congratulations again for a successful tournament.
Thanks a lot, Brent.
Over to you, James.
Well, we've heard from the players involved, and what a competition it was. Terminix Horquetta Rangers officially being crowned the champions after their 7-1 victory over Cunupia FC. We take a short look at Atula Guerra as he is standing by with Natalie from Sportsmax and receiving man of the match. Well, everybody certainly enjoyed the action, and I tell you what, we've got 90 minutes to go. The battle for second place heats up. When we return, Police versus the Defence Force.
Alright. Wait. Alright, sir. Hey, it's almost here. You'll shut in here. Nice. Give me a half step in. And another slight half step in. Yeah, man, that's perfect right there.
Left.
Okay, to your right.
One sec, 1 sec.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Today, man.
I'm now joined by the head coach of Defence Force. A lot to play for here today. What are the keys to the game for Defence Force?
I believe that the intensity of the game have to be extremely high. Take your chances and create as much as possible.
Is there anything different that Defence Force is going to deploy into this evening's fixture that they did differently in their last fixture?
Well, I think that what we're going to do differently is wipe out the freedom and don't give away any set plays in front on top the 18.
Of course, we talk about motivation, the battle of the service teams. How do you see this one going?
Well, motivation, $50,000 is enough. And it's the battle or the derby of Trinidad and Tobago, so we want to come out on top.
Thank you very much, Coach, and all the best to you.
Okay, thanks.
Take a half step in for me, sir. Half step.
I'm now joined by the coach of Police FC. Coach, big game in store. What are the keys for Police FC?
Really the keys for us is to execute our plans. We have designed certain plans to defend, how we want to defend, based on what we know of the opposition, and of course we have our plans as to how we want to hurt them offensively as well. So it's about the players just relaxing and enjoying the moment and going out there and execute.
The last time you were here in La Horquetta, you made some tactical adjustments. Are we going to see that again tonight?
No. We stay with our usual formation, right? That game was that game. This game is a different game, and we saw no reason really to play with the tactics as far as the formation is concerned.
as has been said, of course, is the battle of the service teams. Are there players on the Defence Force team that Police FC has to be wary of?
Of course. We know their strengths, we know their weaknesses. Of course, we could mention Brent Sam. We know he's a good finisher. He's the leading goal scorer this time. Their wing player as well. So we are mindful of what they do, how they tend to play, and we hopefully will neutralize him.
Of course, Coach, all the best to you and your team.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're up. Thank you. Wait.
Of course, as we get you ready.
Sorry guys, go back, Campari.
For game number 2, Battle of the Services. Defence Force FC as they clash with Police FC.
Who's the Campari player though? I don't know.
The one classified.
Go ahead. All the champions have been crowned, but there's space in the rest of the cabinet for one of these teams to occupy second and third place. The hierarchy will be announced today. It's the PS Clasico, Police versus the Defence Force Ascension Tournament match week 18 here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. We welcome everyone all around the region to Trinidad and Tobago, the home of the Ascension Tournament. Good evening to all of folks locked in on Sportsmax, CEEN TV across North America, and of course CCN TV6. James Sodders is my name, and I have the pleasure of making the calls in this big matchup together with Brent Sancho, former Trinidad and Tobago World Cup defender. A big match, a big occasion. The champion has already been crowned, but this match, certainly a lot of weight in this contest between Police and the Defence Force.
Yeah, and of course if you look at the way both teams are going to approach it, they talked a lot about executing the game plan. We've seen tactical adjustments by Police FC. We've seen tactical adjustments by Defence Force. It is a derby game. It's a game that normally comes with a lot of tempo.
and a lot at stake. And so this evening's encounter is no different. The added incentive, of course, of a second or third place finish, as well as, of course, for that man, Brent Sam, the number 8 for Defence Force, an opportunity to win most goals. So you have your subplots amongst the bigger plot, which is a derby game that's being played for, of course, positioning. I expect a cracker, James.
Oh, this match certainly has all the hallmarks of a good blockbuster, as Brent Sancho would have alluded to. The captains, Adrian Fonset and Curtis Gonzalez, and the referee, Williams, in charge of this one. He'll be assisted by Nikolai Naron, Cox and Myers. They will be the men in charge to keep law and order. Well, it's an irony that we mentioned that, because the military men, the army, in yellow, the oldest football club in Trinidad and Tobago, coming up against the second oldest police. The last time these teams met in the competition, right here in the Ascension Tournament, a 2-2 draw. Nobody separated, but there's still lots to play for. Of course, there's talk of the Caribbean Ascension Tournament later this year. A place is at stake in that. Defence Force, of course, hold a 1-point advantage over police. They lie in 38 points. Police on 37. So it's all to play for, and we are here to bring you all the action. Let's take a look at the cast, starting with the Defence Force. Aaron Enel is in goal. Rodel Elcock will manage the defence with Kevon Blackman, Jelani Felix, and of course Curtis Gonzalez. Justin Sadu will look to continue his impressive form in the tournament, while Kevon Goddard, Keaton St-Hilaire and Brent Sam will be looking to get goals for Defence Force. For police, Adrian Fonset, the national reserve keeper, will be guarding the back line. Jabari Mitchell, one of their most important players, will wear the number 7, and he will be aided by Jamil Perry, who has been a wonderful addition since coming in, while Cameron Purcell has scored goals coming out of the back for police. So Quincy Williams takes a look at his watch and decides that it is time for action here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. It's the PS Classico, Defence Force versus Police. Oh, Felix trying to find space only as far as Nanton. Long searching ball will make its way to Aaron Enel. Well, he's been a good goalkeeper, Aaron Enel, the former national youth keeper, placing Christopher Bigart, who has kept goal for much of the first half of the season. Certainly a team full of depth. Defence Force.
Depth and quality.
Certainly.
We talked about Rangers, of course, their depth and quality. This is another team. I think when they look back at this tournament, James, they really only have themselves to blame. They've dropped points when they shouldn't have, and you really would have expected them, of course, to not just challenge, but they were favourites coming into this tournament.
Certainly were. So next, La Horquetta Rangers getting the better of Defence Force for the first time in competition that the teams have played in. Still lots on the line to be had. Oh, here comes the police. This one is ball cut out, and they will get a throw. Well, you spoke to some of the coaches. What are the keys for this match?
Well, they both spoke about the execution of the game plan, as I said before, James. They also mentioned that they're very wary of what the other has to offer from a threat perspective. And these two teams, you mentioned how old and how long they've been around, and they certainly know each other very, very well. So, that's not far off.
Oh, Thomas Edison is the only one that got some invention. Good invention there, shown by Jamil Perry. He's been brought back into the lineup, a veteran, and well, certainly has aided in getting goals for police.
Well, I think it's going to come down to individual decisions, and when a game like this is as tight as it is, It's what the individual does or doesn't do. And you talk about individual errors, and you talk about individual brilliance on the other side of it. And I just feel, James, that this particular fixture will be decided by that.
Here's Nanton, just behind Belgrade. Will be a defense force throw. Well, many in the stands that you're seeing here, always keen for a derby between these two teams. Here comes defense force. Well, you can expect lots of bruising tackles in this one. Nobody's taking prisoners. Right on cue. A challenge against Justin Sadu.
But both teams are known for their physicality, and it would be a huge disappointment if it's not on show here. They are a bruising, physical team. Defense force or police. Two teams that you don't want to play against.
Paul Felix has come a long way around to use his expertise to deliver some good service into the area. Brent Sam is looking in there, and well defended in the end by Cadion Gabriel. Would be a defense force corner, their first real attacking threat. Paul, he's seen as leading goal scorer title. He came into this match week 3 goals ahead. Now he's tied in goals with Atula Guerra. He's going to be hungry to pull away. 15 goals in the competition for Sam. Can he get his head on this one? That's away by Fonset.
Good goalkeeping, James. That's what you want. It's less than 5 minutes in, your first set play into the box, and your captain and goalkeeper comes out and makes a positive play like that. That's what you want. That's what a leader does.
Well, if anybody looks cool, he looks cool. Younger brother, of course, of Hector Sam, former T&T international. Football runs in the family. Oh, here's Sadu looking for something. It's well defended. High challenge, play allowed to continue. Gabriel. Bailey. Heavy touch from Jabari Mitchell. Oh, nutmegged by his own player. Don't think I've seen that very often. Maybe just a bit of nerves creeping in. Call for calm from the sidelines, and I assume that you're going to hear that call quite regularly in this kind of fixture.
It's been scrappy so far. It's not been as fluid as we may have wanted it. That is because of what's at stake, James. And of course, it is a derby game, but there's also prize money and positions to play for. That's enough to rattle some nerves.
Heavy challenge by Simeon Bailey and Rivaldo Coriat. Long throw. Looking for Perry. Nanton. It's Justin Sadu. Bit of a handball from Goddard, but play allowed to continue as Mitchell tries to thread the needle. And just too long in the end. Pick out his man, but he had the right idea. Trying to find Kadeem Hutchinson. Might be wearing a cool expression, but I can tell you there's anything but cool stuff happening in his head at the moment. Tries to find Sam. Sadu could be in behind. Sam has an opportunity here. Ball.
Oh boy,
He's going to ground. And well, everyone held their breath in the police uniform.
I wasn't wearing a police uniform and I held my breath. I tell you, there was contact, James, for sure.
I can tell you who else is holding their breath. Atula Guerra and maybe police fans as well, as Hornset tries to get jiggy. Coach is not impressed one bit though. Here's Nanton. Couldn't find Hutchinson, and that is a goal kick.
As we have another look at it here, a bit too calm there, coming out. I tell you, he did go down a bit early. Looked like he was more trying to sell it than and initiate the contact rather than, of course, the contact being an errant one by the defender. I think it's the right call.
For the last match between these two, decided by a penalty kick. And same play involved as well, Katie and Gabriel.
Well, it's one of the rare occasions where we see this surface is as bumpy is the word than normal. It's normally very soft, moisture, saturated surface. But today we've had a lot of sunshine over the last 2 days or so, and so the pitch itself, although it's been rolled a couple of times, it's still very firm. Well, a lot more firm than it has been in the past, that's for sure. And because of that, it's been a little bit difficult as it relates to controlling the football. As we take a look at it there, and you could see where the surface has been a lot firmer than the moist, muddy pitches that we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Bailey, Nanton. Well, they're getting some passes together. Ball went right across the face of the goal. I'm sure Enel looked a bit surprised.
I think he was in two minds, James, whether to come or to stay on his line. He chose the latter, but of course it still provided some anxious moments.
Still lots to play for in this match. Defence Force are currently in second, 38 points, just 1 point ahead of Police. Of course, win for draw for Defence Force, enough to see them finish in second and potentially earn a spot in the Caribbean Ascension Tournament. Brent Sam, of course, says the joint leading goal scorer does have an opportunity to pull ahead of Atula Guerra if he can get a goal in this fixture. Lots of battles, lots of storylines, and we're here to enjoy every moment of it. Of course, there's ego and pride.
And it's a derby as well, a closely contested one. But I think somewhere within both locker rooms is a genuine desire to finish ahead of the other. Talked about how close it is from a points perspective, just 1 point separating the two teams. There's a feeling there that a season can be defined tonight by where they finish on the table.
Well, I've never had the opportunity to play for either team, but I've heard urban legends about what happens if you lose to the other. Don't know how true they are.
It's a long jog to Tetron from here. I can tell you that.
Did play for one of the other service teams, Arima Fire. Quite different culture compared to these two. Well, this is an interesting formation in the area. Well, you got a head on this one, and somehow that was kept out. Jelani Felix appears to be the man who got the decisive touch. Well, caught sleeping defense force. Well, here comes police yet again. Dance classes in session. And, well, thought it might have been a corner, but offside as a flag did go up.
Well, he had a chance to put it in the box. Terry Spaley.
I'd love to have another look at that goal line bit of action.
But it was close. It was a good ball. It was a good delivery. But we talked about, James, the danger that police presents from set plays.
Sam can't get ahead of Purcell. That's well defended. Oh, Sam could be through. The flag stays down. Brent Sam, and that's very well defended by Cadian Gabriel. Gets a loud cheer from the spectators closest to him. All police fans, I can guess. Well, if it's one person you don't want to give many chances to, it's that man, Brent Sam.
Gabriel did really well there. He anticipated that Sam would be in on goal, and he reacted. More importantly, he did have a lot of ground to make up to get into Sam's pathway. I thought Sam should have shown a little bit more conviction there, James. He was in on goal. I think the right touch towards goal would have set him up nicely in front of Funset, but instead Gabriel intercepted there, like a good police officer would do.
Roadblock. Well, can he find a man in yellow? He's got 7 to aim at.
That's a good ball.
What is someone? Oh, he'd won that back. He certainly got in a great position there, Rodell Elcock.
That's a chance.
Oh, there's your friends. And they're well guarded too.
Well, it's the first time I've seen them not happy. Maybe the fact that their team's not playing in the second game. I'm not sure. Maybe our producers could send over some Sports Max goodie bags over there. Cheer up that crew.
Oh, the most present, can tell you that much. Looking on in high definition. One of them, of course, the grandmother, Russ Russell Jr. and Russ Russell Sr. for that matter. Well, how was that not spotted? How was it? Looks like a good goalkeeper there. Kadeem Hutchinson.
It's very congested in the middle of the park, and it's one of the main reasons why both teams have been so direct. See again, another turnover.
Well, here's Goddard. Felix. Another turnover. Elcock cleans up. Blackman. Well, to be fair, it hasn't been the smoothest game. Lots of turnovers by either team. Lots at stake in this contest. Cameron Purcell. Heavy touch. And well, Sadu just gives possession back to police. Jabari Mitchell, that's a good tackle by Goddard. Keep an eye on this pair. Both played under 20 football for Trinidad and Tobago in the same team. Know each other quite well. Sadu. Sadu finds some space. He's struggled when he's been closed down quickly. And it's away now with Gabriel. Handball maybe. Well, he's got to keep his eyes open here on Enel. Elijah Belgrave. Very good set piece taker. Gabriel Nanton has scored some good ones as well in this competition. And well, Jabari Mitchell, he's just class, isn't he? Roll of the dice maybe?
I think he's going to go for it. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. I've seen him scoring from that range before.
And it is Belgrave. Well closed down by Goddard, who anticipated well. Kept alive. Hutchinson. Good looking service, and well, did well to leave it alone. Rodell Elcock. Didn't look like he was too certain what was behind him. Made the right decision in the end.
It's a game that's lacked quality so far. And if I was the lawyer of both teams, I would suggest, James, that the middle of the park is very congested and they both want to play through the middle of the park. So it's led to this game being very scrappy at most parts. I think that was a convincing enough argument.
Well, not sure the neutrals will agree. Supporters of both teams might though. Still goalless after 20 minutes. It's good enough for everybody. Well, particular defense force who just need a point.
Well, to add to the point, we haven't seen any team thus far string together 5 passes. That tells you what we've seen. It's always important to mention that there is a lot at stake as it relates to both teams in the derby game and from a point perspective. But at the same point in time, maybe a little bit more composure and quality is needed.
Defense force usually employs a lot of wing play. Typically, they like to build up out of the back. Haven't really seen that approach from them today. It's Keaton Sinclair. Ackley Edwards. All the way through to Adrian Fonset. I think what has happened, Brent, and perhaps you can confirm, Justin Sadu and Kevin Goddard haven't really been afforded much space when they have been in possession, and it has forced them into turnovers, which hasn't augured well for defense force and their possession type of game.
Well, for both teams, I would say, because both Bailey in the middle of the park and of course Nanton as well have been afforded the luxury of space as well. It has been congested when you look at the way both teams have set up. It's just not been a part of the pitch where there's much time and space.
Almost a bit of friendly fire there from Cameron Purcell. Not quite sure why he chose to play that ball back towards the corner flag. Now his team is under pressure. They've got to defend the throw. Oh, Sam got a good head on. It's well defended by Belgrave. He's a big lad. That's a good turn. It's opened up some space And they will win a foul. Chance to use their aerial prowess from this set piece. Off service just had to be better from Purcell. Hutchinson. Cabby. Well, won by Perry. The scramble to clear this one. Ackley Edwards getting the final touch. I think it's fair to say the on-field football has lacked a bit of quality, but the atmosphere certainly hasn't. Oh, that's a good head on there, and wow, desperate defending. Tyrese Bailey looked in a really good position, and well, he's taken quite a knock. Rod Elcock.
I'm looking at the body language, James, in the two dugouts, and there's even tension there. The coaches, of course, the support staff, and the substitutes. And if you were from Mars or Moon or not from anywhere in the sphere and you've just landed here in Trinidad, you would think that this is a finals. The atmosphere is very, very tense. Both teams have showed it so far.
That's good from Brent Sam. And well, cut out in the end, and the side netting comes to the rescue.
That is excellent recovery play by Bailey. James, I thought Sam was in. Just had to pull the trigger. Left Purcell for dead.
Well, that's how dangerous he is in the blink of an eye. Can get into really good positions. The Fortunate Police. Well, Sam could be in again here. And has been tripped.
Boy, this could be a red card. I believe it is. Has to be.
Well, he's been sent for an early shower, Raheem Kabi. And the tension has been broken. And the remand down police. Not what the doctor ordered, but just the right ingredients of the defense force to get some sort of advantage in this match.
Well, it's a forward ball there. Good touch there by Sadu. Kabi was caught on the other side of Sam, and the legs collided enough to convince the official to show a red card. It's harsh, but he's the last man. And no matter which way you look at this, I don't think there's much of a choice.
Well, Quincy Williams with a decision that could turn the tide of this match. Raheem Kabi has been sent for a shower, and it's an opportunity for the defense force to capitalize on the one goal or one man advantage that they have.
We talked about individual errors, and as it gets in there, Sadu with the touch. Yeah, once he's caught on the wrong side, Kabi, and really only has himself to blame there. Individual errors, James.
Well, the man who created the opportunity, Sadu, could change it. But look at this! That it says excellent from Jelani Felix. Michelangelo, Picasso. That is a work of art from the wingback for the defense force. He's put them ahead. There's nothing Adrian Fonset could do about it. 1-0 to the defense force.
Well, it's a well-executed set piece. by that man Felix Fonset. Thought he had it covered. Just suspected James it might have been the slightest of touch. I think when Fonset takes a look at that again, he'd be disappointed. Just feel that if he'd gone for it in a full dive, game on.
Well, you have to make sure as a goalkeeper he didn't. Felix made sure the defense force lead.
It really came out of nothing. The free kick, that is. It was a probing ball forward by St. Hilaire and one defensive lapse by Cabby. That's really the difference in the scoreline.
Well, I'll rewind the tape on your memory. The last time these teams played, it was the other defender, Gideon Gabriel, who was sent off, and a penalty that changed the complexion of this match. Much of the same.
And you wonder if this is history repeating itself. Just feel that police have or has a lot to play for, and they're not going to go lying down, that's for sure.
Coriat trying to get St-Hilaire forward.
It's offside.
And Sam is showing from an offside position. But you can have all the plans in the world. When something like that happens, you've got to change your plans, and changes could be in the works for police. Kristen Thomas looks set to come in. What's the plan now for them?
Well, I've been in enough football games to tell you that a 10v11 game is not as straightforward as it suggests from a numerical perspective. Played in games where teams playing short-handed tend to play better. I've even seen and been part of games where a short-handed team has won. So as much as defense force may feel they have the advantage from a numbers perspective, certainly doesn't mean they have the advantage from a footballing perspective.
Well, Nanton appears to be the player that will be sacrificed, and Kristen Thomas comes in. So midfielder has been sacrificed for an additional body in defense.
I think that's a good move by Coach Hood. What he's saying is that this game is not over by any stretch of the imagination, because he's gone in and put... That's good football.
Coriat looking for room. Well, the upright was not the friend of Jelani Felix this time. Oh, goodness me. Well, the man has been sent for drinks, though. Hutchinson would need some more of that from him and his team to get them back in the contest, but Jelani Felix, in the blink of an eye, could have been 2-0 up. Well, bring out the party tricks. Add Keita and St-Hilaire to the cast of spectacular moves in this match. Well, I just feel, Brent, that the game might just open up, and as unfortunate as it might have been for police, it would have broken some of the tension that we saw earlier.
Yeah, you're right, and we talked about the congested middle of the park, and I was of course lamenting on the change that Coach Hood would have made, and I look at it as a positive. He didn't take a striker off. How many times we've seen in football where a team goes down to 10 men and the centre half is sent off, and of course an attacking play is taken off. What he's done is he's gone to a two-man midfield and left his attacking options intact. So they're still in this, police. The intent is certainly there.
Well, if there's one thing that police have been trained to do, it's to shoot, and they've been presented with an excellent shooting opportunity from a set piece. Would have seen Jelani Felix do it on one end. Certainly got the tools to do it on their end. Elijah Belgrave and Jabari Mitchell both standing over this one. Both have proven over years of successive action that they are excellent from this range. Here's Mitchell. And there's Superman. Well, this game has everything. Action, drama, excitement, and superheroes. Here's one of them. Well, the police will be looking for a warrant to penetrate the defense force rear guard. Oh, came close this time. Knock, knock. They're going to try again from another corner.
Well, I just thought when it's left his foot here that was going goal bound. That man there, what a save. Cut across, airborne, full stretch. Picture perfect.
Well, who says all superheroes wear capes? Here comes another police assault.
That's a good ball.
Oh, inside, it might have been Nedel. Oh, and they have found what they were looking for. You can only keep out the police for so long, but they've gotten the warrant and they've made the arrest. Hutchinson pulling the police right back in this contest.
Well, we talked about the danger that police presents from set plays, particularly corners and balls coming into the box. That's a perfect example of it. I said this game.
Oh, look at this. Well, Brent Sam trying his luck. Almost got through as well. Could have been something if he got some joy from it. Oh, I hope you're enjoying this match just as much as we are. Certainly has opened up after a quite cagey start. Wherever you're tuned in around the Caribbean or in North America, welcome to the Ascension Tournament. This is what it's all about. Oh, this is dangerous looking. The police have woken up, and that's a foul.
Well, they're flirting with danger, defense force. They're giving away set pieces in and around their area, in positions where police can not only deliver, James, but can execute and hurt you. Can't afford to do that. It takes that numerical advantage right out of the equation.
Well, here's another set piece. These have been exciting in this match. There's a man standing over it, capable of doing exciting things. Jabari Mitchell. And Enel comfortable in the end. But they've got to defend though. That's a great show to Coriat and Arcadian Gabriel, showing a bit of quality. Did get a few caps with the Trinidad and Tobago national team, Arcadian Gabriel. And There's the goal scorer, Hutchinson, trying to get in behind. St. Hilaire. Goddard. More room than we've seen all 38 minutes that have gone. Had the advantage stolen from them, the defense force, and now, well, onset, ensuring that he keeps his team alive. Nice flow to the game.
Yeah, nice flow from a defense force perspective. That's what you want. You want to possess, not only just possess the ball, but have ambition. And certainly that was an ambitious move. Nice one touch and wall passing. Eventually ended up with a Tame Felix effort, but from the wider perspective is what they want.
I've just got over 5 minutes remaining in the first half of this match. I think it's fair to say that certainly has lived up to the expectation, lofty expectation placed on these teams. It's a corner. What do you make of the police response?
It's been good. Just listening to the bench that's close to the commentary box here, and every set play is clapped like it's a goal by the coaches and substitutes, and that's the belief within the police squad when it comes to set plays. They do feel that they can hurt teams.
Well, they've got the big men. Cameron Purcell, the centre back, is up there. He scored 5 goals in the competition. 5 goals from set plays. Josima Belgrave is also there. Guess what he's good at?
It's a good ball.
Oh, he got a head on it though. Hutchinson is close to getting a second. Ball deflected. And how about that for recovery from Purcell? Getting back to defend. Oriat. Ackley Edwards. It's good skill from Edwards. Goddard.
This is good by police. They're working exceedingly hard not to allow defense force with any time on the football.
Bailey to Tyrese Bailey. Oh, that's well cut out. Excellent defending from Blackman. Here's Cadion Gabriel. The goal scorer Hutchinson. Look to drive at them. Space now.
It's got to finish.
Oh, that's a wonderful save from Enel. But he got lower than a limbo dancer there. Enel got down quickly, kept out the danger. Only 13 goals conceded by the defense force in the competition. He's been a big reason for that, Enel.
That's a second big save here. As we take another look at it, Hutchinson slaloms into the box, finally gets a strike on it. Enel quick to the ground.
As a goalkeeper, what's more impressive is his recovery. Was quick to get back to his feet as well.
Well, some goalkeepers are very good positionally, and some goalkeepers are very good from a shot stopping perspective, and I think he's the latter. I think shot stopping, his agility and his reflexes and his quickness as well has been there to see.
Well, the defense force does have a tradition of producing top class goalkeepers. Think of Russ Russell Sr.,
Clayton
Ince, who is the police goalkeeping coach at the moment.
Hayden Thomas before that.
Hayden Thomas. Kevin Graham. been so many good goalkeepers that have come through the defense force. Traditionally, they've provided the lion's share of national goalkeepers. Well, this could open up something for St. Hilaire. Simeon Bailey. Well, Police themselves, they've had some good goalkeepers over time. Think of Michael Maurice, former coach of mine. And they called Brow. If you're listening, good evening, sir. Well, we've seen two sides of the coin in this match. Pretty ugly side and the exciting, can't take your eyes off your screen side of the game. There's Caton St. Hilaire from a T&T Youth International, can't find space though. Past his former teammate Jabari Mitchell.
He's going to have his hands full. St. Hilaire trying to get past Keaton Gabriel. He's certainly street smart.
He's a big man as well. We spoke about the aerial prowess of Police. They've got some big guys of their own in defense force. That man knows more than anybody. Coach of the team, Lloyd Andrews. Is there something before halftime? Wow. That ball was allowed to get a long way inside the defensive area. Not quite sure that the defenders offered the kind of protection that Onset would have looked for.
Well, it's an old proverb in football where the team is good offensively and set plays, supposed to be good defensively and set plays. A la Burnley, Stoke, to name a few. But in that instance there, they certainly didn't drape themselves in glory.
Well, we've gone past the 45 minutes. I'm sure you mightn't have noticed. Can't take your eyes off the action, can you? Just 1 minute to be added on. Almost to the end of that. Maybe Sado and company can conjure up something. Coriat. Should be the final bit of action. Quincy Williams confirms. What a match. It's a match that has see-sawed. Frustration for Brent Sam though. Tied with Atula Guerra as the golden boot. At the moment he'd look to, or we're hoping to pull ahead. At the moment he can't. Neither can his team. They're level. Defense Force 1. Police 1. It's time to take a pause, and when we come back we've got the first half highlights.
Who's the best service man?
Well, like a good soup, this match had everything. Police 1, Defense Force 1 after 45 minutes. And the good thing, we've got 45 more minutes to go. Well, let's take a look back at what we missed in the preceding half. Quincy Williams in charge of this one. And the cagey affair started with Ponset keeping a clean sheet. Jabari Mitchell, he kept them honest on the opposite end, and well, Felix had to be clever up the line. That kept Defense Force alive. They would come close on several opportunities. Both teams, nobody giving away anything. Then the nerves were rattled. The first time ball by Sadu, and Kabi couldn't keep up with Sam. He had to take a shower. End of his match. But look at this. Magic. A la peanut butter jelly sandwiches. Jelani Felix getting the opener for the Defense Force. And just like that, the Tetron boys pull the hell. 1-0. But just as you thought the momentum would have gone in favor of the Soldiers, look at this. Jabari Mitchell, on the other hand, forcing NL into superhero type action. And that was just the start of intention and things to come, because Mitchell's resulting corner produced that. And it was Hutchinson, well, like the scavenger, cleaning up inside the area. And that leveled the scores at 1 apiece. Police right back in the action. And after that, it was a good old-fashioned fist fight between these two. Onset had to literally get his gloves in the way to keep stuff up. But at halftime, it's a level contest. A nice canvas moving into the second half. Let's see what the numbers say, though.
Well, in the shots department, 8 for Police, 5 for Defense Force, 8 Police shots, 5 of those were on target. 1 of the 5 Defense Force shots was on target. 8 fouls in total, 5 for Police, 3 for Defense Force. 1 card and a significant one, a red card. And of course, the rest of the stats, offside, corners and saves are quite close, although on the saves department, 5 from Defense Force, which show the type of impact, of course, Police would have had in this game.
Well, this match certainly had action. Last week certainly had more action, and there was one man that stood head and shoulders above everybody. He's our Campari Player of the Week, and well, he resembles the Afrobeats artist, Burna Boy, and he's certainly burning holes in the net. Last week, in fact, he scored 2 goals. Sidale McLean for AC Port of Spain, pulling a match away from Cunupia FC, and well, for his phenomenal performance. Sidale McLean is our Campari Player of the Week. $500. Well, lots you can buy with that, despite inflation, and he receives a handshake and lots of money. All right, let's take a pause. The Ascension Angels, they're dancing up a storm at the moment. And before that, though, let's take a look back at some of the actions that we would have missed last week. Of course, Brent, before we even get into that, though, this match. Talk me through this match. What happened in this game?
Well, it's been a slow burner at the start of it, and the fire certainly turned up on it. And of course, from a neutral perspective, you would have enjoyed it. It had everything: great saves, good goals, a red card, and of course, more importantly, both teams are even and still a lot to play for, which brings a high level of anticipation as the second half is only shortly away.
All right, well, let's take a breath from this week and look back at some of the action from last week. Saturday and Sunday led up to this at the Arima Velodrome. Central Soccer World, they take on Real Westport, the team from the capital. And early on, Westport had opportunities and goals. Keston B.B. Cummings opening the scoring for them. Then Central Soccer World got the equalizer. Moses parted the Red Sea, and Moses Jaikaran parted the blue defense. 1-1. Then there was more from Central Soccer World. Another gear, Keelan Burnett. He's been on a red-hot streak recently. Wow, he's good at shooting as well. And they would get a third to pull away from Westport. Kevon Williams getting a very decisive goal. And that time they led 3-1. Then look at this. Poor positioning, good touch. And they all combined for Malik Kwao to get goal number 4 for Central Soccer World. And then some karate action. Well, friendly fire as well. 4-1 they ended. Defense Force, they needed to win to stay alive. They came up against Central FC and they were taking no prisoners. Keaton Sittler left his man for dead. You'd need new ankles and they need a new net because busted a hole in the side netting. 1-0 to the Defense Force. Then Sittler, red hot in terms of form. Sadu. Chances. Sadu was quite instrumental in this match and showed that he can hit the target just as well as he can supply goals, getting the second for Defense Force. Brent Sam, the competition's leading goal scorer, tried to extend his lead. He couldn't, but I can tell you who can. Justin Garcia, the defender. Yeah, he got a goal. 3-0 to the Defense Force, and they wanted more. Rian Moore, well, quite literally, got more from more. And that was 4-0, all she wrote to the Defense Force. On Sunday, Police under pressure to keep abreast. They came up against Maruga. Maruga fresh off their first win of the competition. And the boys from Deep South, well, they took advantage of some crossed wires for Kerbel Turner to score the opening goal of the match against Police. But the Lawmen, well, they took the law into their own hands and they got an equalizer. Jamil Perry, that's what he's been brought back to the team to do, score goals, and he's been doing it quite well. And they'd pull ahead because of that man again, Jamil Perry. Crucial goal for him, getting a good touch in the area. Nothing the goalkeeper could do. 2-1 the score. And then, well, that's just bullying. Juma Clarence using all of his strength to get past the defense and blast one into the net. 3-1. Mitchell, he's at the heart of everything good for Police, isn't he? Supplying the service. And Christian Thomas tipping with a goal. Was there to be more? Of course, Mitchell is going to be involved. What an excellent service yet again. And Juma Clarence got his second of the match. By that time, it was an onslaught with some finesse. Kevin Lewis getting in on the class act, pulling out the party tricks. Maruga, though, not to be intimidated. They would get a second, not taking no for an answer. A resilient people, Maruga. And more goals for them. What a match, and Police remained in second after that one. Well, at the moment they're second best because Defense Force still leads on point if the score remains as is. They're going to have fun. We're going to take a break. 1-1 the score. 45 minutes still to play. See you in a bit. king have already been crowned. First place already belongs to the home team, Terminix Horquetta Rangers. But it's the rest of the hierarchy that is yet to be filled. Shiny objects up for grabs and, of course, lots of cash prizes as well. The Defence Force and Police, they will be vying for that. This is the PS Classico, Protective Service Classico. And second place, just 1 point separating these teams. Defence Force, with the 1-1 result, will be able to hold on to second place. Police, down to 10 men. They will be digging deep to cause an upset and go against the green. This is the Ascension Football Tournament. Well, lots of changes have been made to the cast as the second half resumes. And, well, they've gone for the old experienced campaigner, Ryan Moore. And he will replace Keaton St-Hilaire in the lineup for the Defence Force. So that's the main change for Defence Force. More changes will be had, and we will be keeping you abreast of all of them as the second half unfolds. For now, 44 and some minutes remain. And, well, we're having fun. It's Friday night, the final match of the Ascension Tournament for both teams. And we've already witnessed a treat. Expect more. It's Alcock. Curtis Gonzalez. Goddard. He's really adapted to life well as a central defender. Curtis Gonzalez started his career as a tough tackling defensive midfielder. He's first really used as a centre-back by former national coach Dennis Lawrence, and he's since adapted quite well. He's been used there because of his outstanding ability to play with his feet. And well, he's taken to the role quite nicely, hasn't he?
Well, he reads the game very well. He's always in the right position. Very rarely you see him beaten, whether it be pace or otherwise. And that's a trait that you have in modern day centre halves. As you rightfully said, the centre half has to be good with his feet, because he's expected to, of course, start the build-up phase for his team from the back, and he's done that for Defence Force. He's done well with his passes coming out.
It's Kevin Goddard. It's called up by Angus Eve for the last Nations League encounter with the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Caden Gabriel, though, will start the attack for Police. Oh, he's going a lot way forward. Mitchell. Gabriel continues. Did start his career as a centre forward, the man known as Drogba. He's gone a long way forward, but he'll have to get back to defend. Oh, it's not that easy getting around Ryan Moore. He's a big guy. Ryan Moore did become a overnight sensation for Trinidad and Tobago football when he scored on debut. Remember that match?
In the Gold Cup, of course. He's really moved on since then. In terms of his performances, have been good, solid. Certainly one of the more difficult propositions defensively when you look at what he does when he has it, and especially when he's in full flight. James, I don't think there's many defenders in this tournament can put their hand up and say they stopped him.
Scored 9 goals in the competition. He's only been bested by Brent Sam, who's the joint competition top scorer, and Jamil Boatswain, who scored 11. And they've both been quite excellent. Not a bad crew to be bested by. Oh, there was Sam.
There's a loud shout as well.
Well, he's offside. Doesn't matter.
It's had a frustrating evening, Brent Sam. You can tell he's really trying to get that goal. Will take him past the Tulagera as he clear leader in the Golden Boot race.
Well, he does play as that sole forward and most advanced player for Defence Force. I just wonder, James, if he's paired up as a tandem, if it would suit him better, because he does win his fair share of aerial battles, but you just feel that when he does, there's no one around him. There's flankers on either side of. That's high.
Yeah, that's a prayer that will not be answered.
There are flankers on both sides of him in Felix and Saint Hilaire. Of course, in this stage of it, it's real more. But I just wonder if they brought someone to tandem him, almost as a two-striker, if it would suit him more.
Yeah, sort of a second striker almost.
Yeah. Well, they have Koyat and Sadu playing advance as an 8 and a 10, but they're just not close enough to him. It's a big difference when you have advanced midfielders and you have an out-and-out striker.
You think almost of a Lautaro Martinez and Lukaku. Yeah.
Yeah, you're correct.
Goddard. Moore gets his first offensive touch. Oh, looking for Sadu. That's well cut out by Belgrade. Looking for Koryat. But I think Kaden Gabriel has had a pretty solid game defensively for Police.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. When you look back at that goal-scoring save that he made when Sam was through and goal, and his constant challenges he's done, and of course his work rate. He's been the pick of the litter when it comes to Police.
Well, they've got to defend now. The Army surrounding the camp, and they're looking for Sam, and just following Purcell there. I think he's going to get a bit of a warning though from the referee Quincy Williams. He's just trying to assess the damage done to Purcell before issuing his disciplinary measures, and he's decided that a stern talking to is enough. So we welcome you wherever you tuned in across the region. Sportsmax across the Caribbean, CEEN TV in North America and Canada, and of course CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to the La Horquetta Recreation Ground, the Ascension Tournament. Of course, all the folks locked in the sister Isle of Tobago. Big weekend in Tobago, great fete weekend, I believe. Saw Spice touchdown yesterday, the Jamaican dancehall star. Skilly Bang and Keng, I think, are supposed to be there as well.
Well, I would tell you this, James, I've put my call in to have you as part of the cast. I'm very sure that the entire production team at Sportsmax will find their way over there. And I know the producer has made a couple calls, so be on the lookout. James, you may get that call. There's no booking fees attached to it, by the way.
Is that so? Got to color my hair though. So Spice with a green hairstyle. Jamaican ladies and their hairstyles, I remember. Shelly and Thompson Hera, or Elaine Thompson Hera and Shelly and Fraser Price. Yeah, they love to color their hair. Good evening to all Jamaican listeners and viewers. Just love Jamaicans, they're colorful people. Can't wait for the Caribbean Ascension Tournament, which is slated for later this year. Likes of Harbour View coming to Trinidad and Tobago. There's also a lot of action sporting-wise taking place. Commonwealth Games in action kicked off yesterday. Grand opening ceremony. Maybe a chance for Trinidad and Tobago to finally get some medals.
Fingers crossed there. Of course, good friend Alan Roberts is over in Jamaica, giving his expertise in sports on the Commonwealth Games. Of course, Davis Cup coming up soon.
Yeah, tennis.
Tennis as well.
Always enjoy that.
And of course, SSFL, Jamaica Schoolboy, football, sports, beginning in September.
Let's make a trade. I'm going to go to Jamaica, keep me in Moby, Doctor's Cave. Maybe you can host me in Negril, and I'll do Jamaica Schoolboy football for free.
You don't come out the cave. When you look back at this tournament, James, and what it's meant for football here in Trinidad and Tobago, you have to tip your hat to the organizers of Ascension. And we've listened to some of the coaches, of course, the director of the tournament, underline the importance of television, live television, to football. And if there ever was an argument, I think this tournament has certainly pointed as the importance of it.
Well, this is something out of nothing. I'm not sure he intended it, but it certainly raised some hairs on the back of the goalkeeper's neck.
They've got to deal with it. They've not dealt with it. I'll tell you what.
Well, Justin Garcia had to be very inventive to clear that danger. Oh, they've been scrappy. Here's Bailey to Mitchell, and well, he needs a new compass. Just couldn't get his directions right. But I just feel like after that halftime talk, they've gone back into their shells, these teams. Wonder what might have been said at halftime.
I think discipline. From a formation perspective, that is.
Here's the goal scorer, Felix Coriat. Well, they can push forward the space provided here. Hutchinson. Oh, the game certainly is a bit stretched at the moment. So, Jelani Felix scored the game-opening goal for Defence Force. And the equalizer for Police came courtesy Kadeem Hutchinson. Moment, 1-1. Defence Force, of course, just need a point to finish second.
Offside. I think if he left it for Bailey, who was making the run, Perry, the one that was called offside, I think if he'd left it, he got a bit more joy. Oh, that's late.
Well, Felix escaped. Well, good service in the area, and that's good from the goalkeeper. Fonset was alert. It's Tyrese Bailey. Good win, Elcock. Brent Sam. Well, using his body strength to good effect against another big man, Brent Sam. That's quite an interesting battle between Sam and Cameron Purcell. Both these teams, of course, with quite a storied history in Trinidad and Tobago football. Officially, Police FC have been around since 1975, 47 years old. Defence Force, of course, founded in 1974, a year earlier. Officially, that is. Two of the oldest football teams in Trinidad and Tobago. Defence Force, however, have been the most successful of the teams. In fact, they are the most successful football club in Trinidad and Tobago with 20 national championships, 15 titles between 1974 to 1995, 2 titles in the semi-pro era, and of course 3 TT Pro League titles. They've been around a long time, they've got lots of history.
Sure, there's a CONCACAF club championship somewhere there.
Yeah, in fact they've won 2 titles. Only club from Trinidad and Tobago or the Caribbean to win the CONCACAF Champions League. 2 titles, 1978 and 1985. In fact, one man who's was part of that winning squad, CONCACAF winning squad, is the assistant coach Hudson Charles. He's on the bench this evening. All right, more changes. They're gonna shuffle the deck a bit more, and it's Ackley Edwards who will say sayonara. Dylan King is set to come in. And Bertrand will replace Justin Sadu. So confirmation of those changes. All on the police end, they've decided to shake things up themselves, not to be left alone. Joel Lewis is one of the players lining up to come in, and Juma Clarence, who scored a double last weekend, is also set to come in. So they're looking at the offensive aspect of things.
They need a result, and it's a reason why their tactical approach has been in the front foot, and even their substitutions, despite being down to 10 men, has been in the front foot as well, meaning that they're thinking more offensively than defensively. They're not trying to shut up shop and walk away with that 1 point. It's not good enough for them. They need all 3.
So the goal scorer has been replaced. Hutchinson and Joey Lewis, man with the famous name, has come in, while Perry has been replaced by Juma Clarence. Perry scored a double last week, and he's been replaced by another man who scored a double last week in Juma Clarence, the former St. Anthony's man. So we've gone past the hour mark. Still level at 1 goal apiece. Of course, the Ascension Tournament continues this weekend. The final weekend of the competition. Tomorrow at the Arima Velodrome. In fact, those games have been brought forward to right here in La Horquetta. Maruga FC will take on AC Port of Spain, while Deportivo Point Fortin will take on Real Westport. And on Sunday, Central FC will play against Central Soccer World in a Central derby. Certainly a wonderful atmosphere here in the last Friday evening fixture of the Ascension Tournament. Many of the crowd are, of course, it's a full house. Many coming in, of course, because of the football action, but also because of the live entertainment package that has been added. I think Trinidad Killer is here this evening, but here's a chance now. They're feeling for a handball, and the referee believes that it's a corner.
Well, his hands on his side. It's not extended from his body. Certainly didn't try to make himself bigger. That's what you call hands in a natural position.
I'm confused. The handball law seems to change every Monday morning.
It's not a topic I think we should go into on air. It's going to probably take us a couple more Ascension tournaments to explain.
Oh, can Defense Force conjure up something here?
It's a good flick.
Oh, chance opening up here. Oh, they've got it. And it's that man, Brent Sam. He is the stuff of nightmares. He is the legend that they speak about. He's the man that gets the job done. And he's done it. Goal number 16 for him in the competition. And more importantly, Defense Force lead by 2-1.
Well, the ball is floated in. That man Justin Garcia does ever so well to get a touch on it. Right here, eventually the ball falls to Sam, who makes absolutely no mistake. And why would he? He is the tournament top goal scorer, and he has 15 reasons and 15 goals to show, and now makes it 16. That's a good finish, poacher's finish. Does Police have another gear?
Well, Bailey seems to think he does. Oh, that's good. Oh, he's kept his balance well. Can he keep possession?
Oh, that's naughty. That's very naughty. I think that's a red card.
Oh, goodness. Well, it's a level game. Radel Elcock has been sent to the stands, and, well, we've seen this before. We've seen this story before. Both teams are down to 10. Police are in with a shout. He can complain all he'd like, but Quincy Williams has his mind made up. And I think it's a fair game at the moment.
It's a fair game. And of course, as much as it could be considered a debatable call, as you take another look at it here, look at the extended foot right there. You just can't do that, can you? And I wonder if it was a follow-through action. I'm sure Elcock would say that was in the process of the follow-through. Bailey certainly made a meal of it.
Well, can they take advantage?
That's a good ball. Well defended by who else?
Lucelle was so close to getting on the end of that one. It's a tough call, but it's a call that Quincy Williams seems to think he was absolutely right about. I'm the referee. It is what it is. What do you think was the key determining factor in making that goal?
I think when you look at it, he did have a prolonged extension of the leg, and of course his foot going out for that long of a period of time, so it could be and when you look at it here, James, his leg is lingering in the air. It looks like a second motion to make a stamp, and then there was a shove. And when you look at the position in there of the referee, he had the best view in the house.
Drop back our card there.
Well, Wendell Joseph, former Naparima College centre back, was likened to the likes of the great German Franz Beckenbauer in his day. Nowhere close, of course, to Beckenbauer, but his play style. Certainly a good player back in his time. Well, Coriat seems to be okay. He's back on his feet. Oh, there we go. Hudson Charles, the Defence Force assistant coach, was a former national coach, and he was part of a squad that last won the CONCACAF Champions League for Defence Force. Also scored an equalizer against Honduras to take Trinidad and Tobago into the X back in 1988. Such an important figure in Trinidad and Tobago football, Hudson Charles, also known as Baba.
Easily up there in top 10 midfielders produced by Trinidad and Tobago.
Doesn't seem to age either. He's looked the same way since I've known him, and known him since I was a boy. Tyrese Bailey won a foul and a red card. Well, more changes to be had. Doesn't seem like Ronaldo Coriat has shocked off the last injury that he got, so he will be replaced.
Alright, alright.
And well, Shaquille Bertrand is set to come in.
He's done well tonight.
As well as Kasim Keller.
Oh yeah, he's done really well tonight. Former St. Augustine senior comprehensive player in the SSFL. So it was good to see those young men progress through the footballing pyramid here in Trinidad. Of course, we cover SSFL football here in Sportsmax proudly. Seen some tremendous talent come through the ranks, and some of the talent that we've seen at the SSFL here in the Ascension. Che Benny is another one. Riley,
Mark Ramdeen,
recent stars, of course, of the SSFL.
Yeah, even look at Johannes Richardson, who plays with Terminex Rangers.
Junior soon as well.
Correct.
What's amazing is that there are even kids in this tournament that could possibly play in the SSFL. Real Gill, Emmanuel Thomas.
Yeah,
they are of age.
Well, the interesting thing about Real Gill is that he was part of the St. Anthony's team, of course, himself and Kyle Thomas. And, well, wasn't a first 11 player back in his time.
Well, I think he's past that stage now. And let's just say I think he's moved on to bigger and better things. I do think, James, it'd be a travesty to see any of those youngsters go back into the SSFL, all due respect to that league. And I think now that they're playing senior level football, that's where they need to continue their development.
I can't agree more. Well, police need some answers, but they've got to provide the probing questions can be answered. All right, we've got some more changes as well in the police roster, and Kareem Freitas, a striker, has been sent in.
Well, they've gone for broke, James. They're playing with 3 out-and-out strikers. Thomas, Clarence, and of course that special number 10, Freitas.
Well, Mitchell could be key to everything, but not this time. It's not often that you see a substitute being substituted. Christian Thomas did come on as a substitute. And well, he's been substituted.
I would think it's more of a need, one of necessity, and maybe not a performance. As it stands right now, police needs a win, so that means they need 2 goals. This is not looking good for them.
Well, they're fortunate that, well, you couldn't find his coordinates there, Dylan King. He's been sent on to secure the match. Didn't do it that time. But what about this man, Brent Sam? His goal has his team leading by 2-1 at the moment.
Of course, at the end.
Yeah, that's not going to win you matches, particularly when you're trailing. Oh, forgive me, Christian Thomas is in fact still on the field. Continues to service the lawmen. Dedication. Ball, Miami, they want blood. Can they close it off? Here's King. It's a foul. Yeah, you ran into a roadblock there. Roadblock called Purcell. Never gonna get past him. At least not legally. They do have a chance though from a free kick. And they've got suitors lining up to take it. Brent Sam among them. Felix, he's already scored 1 free kick in this match.
This is good distance for him. Enough real estate to get that ball up and down.
Dylan King also seems to want a bite of this cherry. Is this going to be the moment to seal the match for the defense force? Well, I got as excited as anybody. Looked to be settling into the back of the net. It's just a mirage though. He's good though.
Well, I thought it was in, to be honest with you, James.
Either way, Fonset's him beaten.
Well, as you take a next look at it here, it gets over the wall. And where did that pass? This is a good angle at it here as well.
Yeah, I was fooled.
You'd have to feel, James, if police had to get themselves back into it, they need a goal right now.
Well, must have heard you. They're getting close. Anybody can get them back in. Jabari Mitchell can. A bit flat-footed from Thomas, but he keeps it alive. Cole went over like a man, shot to the stomach, Brent Sam. He continues though. Well, sometimes you think that the big guys are the toughest. That's not always the case. If I had a superpower, it would be mind reading. I'd love to get into his mind. Always looks or seems to have a lot going on in there.
Seems like it's attack. That's what's on his mind. They need 2 goals.
What about him?
Thinking defend. But he's set them up right, I think, particularly in his second half. As I said before, it's never easy playing against 10 men. Hasn't been the greatest or vintage performance by Defence Force, but it has been resolute and, more importantly, efficient.
Here comes the police. Well, Joey Lewis certainly isn't too happy with that decision. Is there something more for the Defence Force inside the final 10 minutes of the match? Oh, that's good from Sam. Touch too heavy in the end. Just feel it's now or never for the police.
Well, they've made all the correct changes, both from a personal perspective and a tactical perspective. I think where they've fallen short, again, is in the execution side of things. And we did talk, James, at the start of this game about individual errors and the impact it would have in this game. When you go back to Krabby, red card, caught on the wrong side of Sam, that's an individual error. And of course, when you look at both set plays that scored, in terms of the corner for police and the corner for Defence Force, again, falling asleep.
Well, can he get on the right side of the defender? Oh, not this time. Or maybe no. Sam. More chances at Defence Force. Sam can't get around this man. Godard beside. Away by Purcell. The second bite though. Chance to pick out Sam in the area. And well, he's in the end for one set. Mitchell. Oh, ran into traffic there. Almost had his grill taken off. If you were police in this position, what would be the next move?
Well, they've down to 10 men. They've already thrown a lot of great jerseys forward and thrown caution to the wind. Show what much more they can do. That's good again by Gabriel. That's outstanding defending. And they just need to get more balls into that area, up to the numbers that they have up front. And errant passes like that don't help.
Sam to Bertrand. The door is opening up. Sam! What a save from Ponset. On the defense force bench, they were ready to celebrate, but Ponset had other ideas. Can Bertrand provide some more entertainment for the Tetron Boys fans?
You have to wonder how that didn't go in.
Oh, the upright. Let's start there. And then Ponset. Well, they have a chance now with King. Not quite committing as many bodies forward. Easily dealt with by police.
That's a foul.
Wow, that's a mob. Certainly didn't give Freitas any room to do anything. Now or never for the Lawmen.
That's a good ball.
In a great area!
He's got to score.
Wow.
He's got to score, James. I think he had enough time to take it on his chest and have a strike and goal, or maybe head it back across. And I think out of all the options, we have chosen the worst one.
Well, one man that you expect to go to in crunch situations is Elijah Belgrave. Not this time. Well, Defense Force with this current result will hold on to second place. It would push them 4 points ahead of Police. Here's Bertrand. He's on a corner. All right, you know what time it is. It's time for our Sportsmax app moment. And Shaquille Bertrand and Brent Sam trying to hop and puff, but they couldn't blow that little piggy down. Adrian Fonset. He's our Sportsmax app moment. Oh, this man has been impressive today. Felix. Can he be the man to seal the fate of the policemen? Not this time. Oh, certainly almost used up all of their ammunition, Police. Still can't hit the target.
He's done well since he's come on, Garcia.
Certainly has.
Don't remember him losing anything in the air. That's poor.
Well, Well, look at the position of Rayon Mondo. The striker. Look where he is.
He's gone back into that right back position since they've scored their goal past the foul.
Well, this is an area that you don't want to commit fouls, particularly when Jabari Mitchell is on the field. And Curtis Gonzalez earns himself a caution. It's the final minute of the match. This is the stuff that creates legends, clutch moments of the match. Jabari Mitchell in a potential goal scoring position.
It's about individual brilliance. It's a tough angle though, James. I'd be very surprised if he went to goal from here, especially with how impactful police have been from these sorts of areas. Balls into the box.
Is this a moment of brilliance for police that can give them a lifeline? Well, it's not to be. Well, they're certainly putting their bodies on the line. 4 minutes have been added. They've got some time now. If they can keep this man out. Bertrand, easy peasy. The touch is heavy, and Fonset is alert. But he can't get it better than that, Dylan King. And Enel will be all too happy to run the clock down. Might argue the pass from Bertrand was a bit stiff, but he still feels that in a position like that, you expect better from Dylan King. Taking no prisoners.
That's it again.
Now there's a man down, just out of your screen. That's the reason for the pause in the action. It's Brent Sam, no surprise.
He's pulling a shift.
What has been your biggest takeaway from the Ascension Tournament? We see large crowds coming out.
That's it right there. Talk about picture perfect. To set up the words that are about to be expressed is right there. The crowd, community spirit, of course, and the atmosphere. It's been a while since we've experienced this sort of atmosphere in football in Trinidad and Tobago. It's just been electric in every aspect. The games on the pitch, and of course the entertainment afterwards. All, of course, within a very festive atmosphere.
It's a roll of the dice for police. And Acadian Gabriel guilty of some police brutality. Certainly getting chances in the closing minutes. 30 seconds remaining in this contest. Maybe not enough to get them into second. They need 2 goals. Oh, there's Duckman. He's the famous man who dresses in the duck suits in cricket matches. He's a local comedian as well. They all seem to be comedians, all of the characters.
I don't think I've ever seen him support a particular team. I know he supports the winning team every time.
Well, Jabari Mitchell has another opportunity to perhaps write his name in the history of this tournament.
He's going for goal.
Will this be his moment? It is the upright says no. Had the right intention. Sometimes that's just how the story goes. And there goes the whistle. Quincy Williams has seen enough. Not sure the fans have though. An entertaining match has come to an end. And it is the team in yellow, the defense force, who held their nerves the longest as they hold on. Red Sam undoubtedly will take the golden boot. 16 goals in the competition. Getting goal number 16 this evening. But more importantly, he might just have secured his team a spot in the Caribbean Ascension Tournament, which is slated to take place later this year, featuring the best teams from the Caribbean. It was a Clasico, a derby, lived up to its billing, had everything. Let's take a look back at some of the moments that caught our attention. And, well, Jelani Felix right off the bat, scoring a free kick. And that's where the game really swung early on. Well, he might be the one receiving kisses rather than sending them out later after that. And then later, Hutchinson doing the cleanup job inside the area to pull police back in the contest. But later on, there will be more drama because the defense force are relentless. And when everybody misses, Brent Sam doesn't. Goal number 16 for him in the competition. And a decisive goal for the defense force. And one that gave them the edge that they would hold on to for the remainder of the match. Late drama in the match as that man Radell Alcock, well, he saw red, straight red from Quincy Williams. Duckman says to go. And well, defense was certainly threatened to add some more insult to injury after that. Ooh. Whiskers away. Did have chances, but concept really kept the lawmen into the game. Police looking for a last gap opportunity to pull themselves back, but it just wasn't to be. Some more bad boy behavior and bad luck as they eventually were subdued by the more potent defense force, who took the match by 2-1. Well, we saw the pictures on the screen. Let's see what the numbers say, and pretty even. Exactly what you expect from a Clasico. 11 shots to 12. Look at the shots on target, quite even as well. Fouls, even. Yellow cards, even. Red cards, even. Offsides, pretty even. And corners is where it might have gotten skewed, but this match was down to the middle. It was certainly an entertaining one for all of the neutrals looking at the numbers. And in the end, though, what wasn't even was the final score. 2 goals to defense force, 1 to police. And Brent Sancho is standing by with the man of the match, one of the men responsible for making the end result possible.
Well, I'm now joined by man of the match, Kevon Goddard of Defence Force. Of course, Kevon, a difficult encounter, 2 red cards, a 2-1 scoreline in your favour. How do you assess Defence Force performance here tonight?
Well, overall, I'm satisfied with the performance tonight. We really work hard. It was a really tough contest. Police really come out and fight against us, and good effort from Police, and I think it was a good performance overall.
What did you think you guys did differently in this encounter to be able to get the result for Defence Force?
I think what we did this encounter is we stay together as a team, we stay solid defensively, we stay focused throughout the game, and we see how the 2-1 win.
Well, of course, it has been an entertaining tournament for yourself personally, back onto the national team. Give us a quick assessment of your performance throughout the Ascension Tournament.
Well, I'm quite satisfied with my performance throughout the tournament. Although I'm never satisfied with the amount of work I do, I think there's always more work to be done. There's always more to be done to better my performances, and yeah.
Well, we have an athlete of Sportsmax that is going to marketing manager at Sportsmax that's going to add to your MVP trophy, and of course a Sportsmax goodie bag provided to the man of the match, Kevon Goddard, for his tiger-like performance in the middle for Defence Force. Happy man with his personal performance throughout the tournament. Happy man with his performance here today. And the main ingredient, of course, in the Defence Force win tonight. A very important win for them, which of course put them into second place. But I'm now joined by the head coach of Police FC, Coach Richard Hood. Coach, what did it go wrong for you tonight?
It's a difficult one to assess, really. I thought that we started the game kind of nervously, actually, and it took a while to get into it. For me, I'm really not happy at all with the goals that we considered. I didn't think that it's not the kind of goals that you expect to get, you know. It just wasn't to be, I guess, at the end of the day.
At 2-1 down, of course, a bevy of changes, more attacking type changes. Did you still feel Police had a chance at least nick a point?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think we were creating opportunities, right? We just didn't take them, right? Throughout the game, actually. So, again, I would say it just wasn't to be.
Well, of course, Coach, an unfortunate defeat here for you tonight keeps you in third place, but still, congratulations on your team's performance throughout the tournament.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brent. Yeah.
Coach Richard Hood, a valiant attempt by Police FC. Despite going down to 10 men, still able, of course, to put in that type of performance that you expect in a derby type competition. Of course, I'm joined by the winning coach of Defence Force. Coach?
Yes, sir.
Elated?
Of course.
Of course, I know it's always good to get over your opponent in this derby fixture. What do you think was the main reason for Defence Force to get all 3 points here tonight?
The determination to continually do the same thing over and over again, and we get the result.
In terms of moments in the game, is there a particular moment throughout this 90-plus minute that you think really flipped the game into Defence Force direction?
When the second goal scored, it was like, yes, it's a short time again. And it did happen that way. Short time after, the referee say, hey, that's it. I want to congratulate everybody, you know. I want to congratulate all the guys. I think they did a wonderful job. The staff, Mr. Elcock, Baba Charles, my good friend. I think we all did a wonderful job, man.
Well, of course.
And you too, you understand, for keeping us busy after each game.
Well, of course, congratulations on your second place in the Ascension Tournament, and all the best.
Thank you very much.
And your team.
Okay,
of course, elated coach. And, of course, joined here. I'm now joined by the player of the tournament, Kadeem Corbin. Kadeem, an outstanding tournament for yourself. Good returns in the goals department. What sticks out in your memory in this Ascension Tournament?
Well, to be real, I just
send a message, and I just hope the right ears get it.
Well, I think I know where you're heading with that. And to elaborate a bit further, your performances do warrant a national team comment. I think you do feel that way personally. But putting that aside, as it relates to some of the things you would have worked on in the off-season coming into this, what in particular did you work on to make sure that you were sharp enough to score the type of goals that you've scored in this tournament?
Well, first of all, coming up, I was really working on getting it in the back of the net, and as you can see, the tournament come by and I keep on getting it, and it come like art.
Well, of course, when you talk about your bevy of goals, which one stands out in your memory?
Well, a lot of people say they want to score against Central when I pull up my pants and score, but I will say tonight goal, the first one, I love that one.
Well, of course, Kadeem Corbin is the tournament man of the tournament, player of the tournament. He's also presented here with the player of the tournament trophy, as well as $5,000 from Campari for his exertions. The Campari player of the tournament, Kadeem Corbin, certainly put in the type of performances that crowns him as that player of the tournament. And of course, he's also the Ascension player of the tournament. Of course, James, breathtaking football throughout this tournament. Sad to see it go, but certainly some good memories.
Yeah, I'm wondering what am I going to be doing on a Friday evening now? I've gotten so accustomed to being here on a Friday evening, taking in the atmosphere. Look at that atmosphere right now. It's a wonderful atmosphere. And I must say that Kadeem Corbin, he certainly deserves the Campari player of the tournament. He has been my favorite player. He has shown his tremendous goal scoring capability, and I think it's well deserved.
I think it's well deserved, and of course, when you look at the tournament in its entirety and the type of players that would have come out of it in what we've seen, the Real Gills, Emmanuel Thomas, just to name a few, the young players, and of course the older players, the elder statesmen, Atula Guerra, Tyrone Charles, and that man that we just had in the shot, of course, Kadeem Corbin. It shows that it was a tournament, and outside of Rangers, some great performances, Defence Force, Police, of course, Cunupia FC, Deportivo Point Fortin. It has been entertaining from minute 1 to minute 90 plus. Of course, the tournament sadly comes to an end, but as I said, it has certainly been a landmark in Trinidad and Tobago football.
And it certainly has unearthed lots of young potential, young talent. You look at Edwards at Terminex Horquetta Rangers. You look at Shem Clausel, players that necessarily would not have gotten this spotlight. Who do you think stands out for you as perhaps has made the biggest impact in the tournament?
I think it's Real Gill. I would like to say Shem Clausel as well, a young man that has come out of the SSFL. But I think what the impact that Real Gill has had on this tournament, as it relates to his creativity, his guile, it propelled him, of course, a national team call-up, and he went on to do well at the international level as well. That's what this tournament did for him. And it's very important to understand that, of course, as much as the football has been great here on the pitch, the entertainment has been also good. The entire package has been something that many here in Trinidad and Tobago has enjoyed throughout this entire Ascension tournament.
And what about Trinidad and Tobago football, though? What has this done for Trinidad and Tobago football? 2 years without football. Now we see the type of crowds that we're seeing at the moment. We see the type of football. Many did not expect the quality of the football to be as high as we saw this time around. What stands out, or where do you see Trinidad and Tobago football going as a result of this tournament?
Of course, the conversation about the Caribbean Ascension League is going to be pivotal as well. Now you pit the local talent, the creme de la creme that we saw here in the Ascension Tournament against the top ranking teams throughout the region. I think when you look at that and you look at what we've done in terms of the playing side and bringing players, of course the teams, the fans coming out, I think it's only been a positive. And moving forward, it has to be an upward trajectory. We cannot go backwards, because what has been produced here in the Ascension Tournament has been outstanding.
Well, first, second, and third has been crowned. It's going to be crowned tonight and celebrated as well. Let's see what is in focus of the Ascension League for the rest of the weekend, because it's not over just yet. Maruga FC, they're going to come up against AC Port of Spain tomorrow at the Arima Velodrome. In fact, that match has been pushed right here at La Horquetta. Deportivo Point Fortin as well. They're going to be taking on Real West Fort United. And on Sunday, that's right, we're going all the way to Sunday, day before the holiday, where Central FC will take on Central Soccer World. So the Ascension is not quite over just yet. So wherever you are in Trinidad and Tobago, don't forget that you can come down and take in all of the live actions. And of course, you can also view it on all of our platforms. Of course, we've got to thank TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. We also got to thank M&E TV for carrying some of the coverage for us. And we've got a big celebration happening later on. We've got a presentation ceremony that's coming up in just a bit.
Yeah, certainly. It's been an well, of course, the tournament in terms of the trophies to come, the performances, of course, the cash prizes as well. You have to mention that throughout. It has been well executed, the tournament. Of course, lauded throughout Trinidad and Tobago for what it's done for the sport. And when you hear coaches talk about their players being identified because the games have been televised and have been televised throughout the region, I think that's very, very important. And the role that Sportsmax has played, of course, in projecting this tournament throughout the region and the Caribbean.
Yeah, I think that's certainly understated. Of course, Sportsmax, thank you to all of our viewers all across the Caribbean, wherever you tuned in from on Sportsmax and the world. Of course, CEEN TV in North America and Canada, CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago, M&E TV, YouTube. Thank you so much for being with us and being part of the action. Don't forget that Sportsmax will be covering the Secondary Schools Football League live in just a couple of months' time, and you can watch it right here in schoolboy football, of course, in Jamaica as well. We're the home of champions. Sportsmax, that's what we do, and that is who we are. Well, speaking about that, we are at the home of the champions, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, and it's going to be a big party, a big celebration. Trinidad Killer, Squid, whole heap of artists are here this evening to celebrate, and that's where we end our coverage as we say goodbye to you on behalf of the entire team. Kerry Gibbons, the entire production crew, Brent Sancho and Colin Murray, Selwyn Melville, everybody, and there's so many people to thank right now, and we're emotional and we're celebrating. We thank you for being with us and being part of the Sportsmax family. On behalf of the entire team, we say have a great evening, and we are off to celebrate.